let's see here. Fan. I need a fan. I'm already starting to sweat. Already sweating. Sweaty. Sweaty, sweaty. Oh, some organizing screws and stuff over there. Mill over here. I'll be using the side cutter on it. Not the Dremel. Not making a Dremel rig. That there. Clear this off so I can tuck it away. Out of the way. Gotta clean up before we go into this one. LED bin. Lots of LEDs. How you doing today? Twitch. I didn't stream yesterday. I didn't feel like selling out on my birthday. No. I know a lot of streamers do that. They get all the fanfare. I was talking to my mother and she was like, "Why are you being such a curmudgeon?" Like, I don't feel like I don't know. I just don't feel like all the hullabaloo this year. Sometimes I like it, you know. Sometimes it's great to feel everybody saying happy birthday and stuff like that. But I just decided to be low key this time. God, I did a half-mile jog with the dog this morning, all the way around the neighborhood, half a mile. And let me tell you, I'm not in shape for that. You know, I'm sure. Oh, I did 12 miles with my dog. That's great. You're probably in shape. I'm not. I'm a big lump. And as such, doing a half a mile with the pooch is pretty rough for me right now. But Mr. Obe, yeah. Clean it up a little bit. I need to clean the desk off so that we can figure this one out. Because I need to set this up. I need to be able to run batches of these pumps through some jigging, I guess, that will get it. That'll let me take the circuit boards out, and then we can use hot air station to get the chips off, and I can print up a run of test boards for this chip once we figure out how to get code on it and everything. Hey, 4096 subbing for 2 months currently in a 2-month streak. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. I appreciate it very much indeed. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Out of sight, out of mind is probably a bad philosophy for me to have around here, but it is what I end up with. You kind of end up with out of sight, out of mind. Can't really avoid it. One thing I need to do with the, what do you call it? With the steering wheel setup, I need to move the control box somewhere else. It's in a bad place right now. It just kind of sits on the floor when I use it. And what I'd love to do is get a, what do you call it? What I'd love to do is put another rail behind the floor plate so that I can put it up on top, and then I'll be able to get to all the stuff. A KR260, I don't know what that is. That was that board that you were talking about, right? I think I do kind of remember this. KR260 board. Oh, that thing looks pretty nuts. Robotics starter kit. Oh, it's a xylo. That's right, you were doing FPGA stuff. I remember now. I completely remember now. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. How's it run? I mean, are you like shocked? Are you totally blown away by the performance? Why is there talking in my music? Why is my music talking to me? It shouldn't be. Stop talking. I got these in. The little $6 panel mount connectors for the tubes. Alibaba, AliExpress. Dropped them off. How's it going, Celia? See how they mesh with this panel. Oh, yes. I give them a little too much wiggle room. A little too much wiggle room. So that's something I'll have to work on. Restrict him a little bit down. Oh yeah, that's a whole hell of a lot of wiggle room. There's plenty of room for the nut to go in. Good. Independently, if this thing was locked in rotation. See, the D-shaped hull for this thing should lock it in, but it's not. That's a fail. Finishing modding my Nintendo 3DS to take USB-C for charging. Ah, that's cool. Not using the FPGA at the moment, just processing system. I haven't been able to do a lot yet, just been messing around. Well, it's more than I've ever done. More than I've ever done. You're beyond my capabilities at the moment, which is impressive. Actually, it's not that impressive. My capabilities are like drooling. That's all I can do is just drool. I don't want to have to reprint this thing. Might just live with it. Might just live with this. Now, presumably... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's a big problem. Well, I messed up. I have to reorder these. This one cuts off. This one is a straight through. That's not... Nope. That's not good. That's not what we have. Because then if I unplug it, it'll just leak. So I've got to reorder them. Damn it. All right, well, at least we're here to figure it out. Because, yeah, you'd be able to plug in the laser and then the board, and if you need to remove it, it should cut off on both sides so it doesn't leak out, which is apparently what it'll do right now. FPGA is fun, nightmare at the same time. All the options and what you can do. That's what makes it fun. Yeah, and the fact that it'll just handle everything that you throw at it is really, really cool. Damn it. Okay, well, I gotta reorder. I gotta reorder parts. At least these came relatively fast. I mean, it was like 3 weeks before they got here, but that's not bad. But it's gonna be another couple weeks then. Just collect the parts over here, out of the way. We need to make a frame that's going to allow me to pass the Omnipods by the cutter, the side cutter of the mill. I guess hopefully this mix remains not talky. God, I've been sweating today. The dog decided that she was gonna start going on the whole half-mile course, and so I decided that I was gonna take her all the way around. So you got old overnight. Thanks. Thanks. Financially, I'm 20. Financially, I'm 20 years old, okay? Okay, this mix. Okay, we need a different mix. Different mix. Different mix. Bop. Bop. This is still Lee Majors. Lee Mages of PAX. I don't know what he's still doing. I think he's still DJing and other stuff that he gets up to. What is this button doing here? There's like just a button hanging out. A little micro surface mount button. Put that there. Actually, I need to put those parts over here too. Damn it, I can't believe I bought the wrong ones. The wrong tube things, the tubies. These things don't cut off when you unplug them, which is a problem. 2 FPGAs in the Amiga since third. One to process video signals over HDMI with help of Raspberry Pi. Jesus, that's a lot of technology that you're putting into an Amiga of all things. Like, yeah, I've got an old ATM teller from the 1980s, and I'm using a Raspberry Pi and a Ryzen 7 processor in order to like, it's just all this technology that you're putting into an Amiga. I would love to get one of those. Okay, Bolvar's dad. Calling me smart's a little weird. Oh, I forgot to get switches. Let me order those on like right now. That's what I forgot to do. That's been bugging me for 3 days. Is I should be ordering something, but what is it? I totally forgot. No. Making it weird. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird. Anyway, how's it going? How you been? I am a year older today. I was not a year older. Well, technically yesterday was my birthday. Forgot to order the power switches. So let's just do power switch. We've got all the wrong stuff. Come on, man. Well, those are close. I have a lot of these rocker switches, but the circular ones. Maybe I should have used one of those. I should use those in more projects, and I blame you guys actually for not reminding me about that. The fact that I have all of those. That's your fault, chat. Happy late birthday. I decided not to be that way. I decided not to have like a birthday stream because I don't know. It feels kind of cheap to me. I appreciate you guys, and some of you set calendars for my birthday too, which is weird, but you guys did it. I appreciate it, but I just wanted to be a little bit more low-key. This is an annoying. This is like that worrying birthday. I'm at that worrying age where it's like, shouldn't I have plans for the rest of my life? Like, what's going on? And I don't. I don't. I just have existential dread. And the upcoming water wars. This one literally says on and off. Why can't I find the switch that I'm looking for? This is like the easiest part. And I should have thousands of these things. I just don't. I guess those are kind of right. They've got wires on them already. I want them without wires. All right. Power switch toggle panel mount square. Try that. Corgi guy. Yeah. Pretty much. That's my fate at this point. I am the corgi guy. My dog is more famous than I am. I will end up walking the dog around the neighborhood, and people will stop their cars, roll down their windows, and go, "Is that Willow?" And I'm like, "I don't know you. Like, I don't know who you are. Who are you? Who did you meet? Who told you about this dog?" How's everybody doing? Show me, son. Got an Amiga 500 V6. See, we have the old Nintendo, and it's actually a Nintendo that a diabetic friend of mine gave me. Because he's like, I figured you could do something with it. And I'm like, I can't do anything to this Nintendo. Like, it's an old school Nintendo. It would feel wrong to like modify it in any way. So we hooked it up to the TV and ended up playing a bunch of the old Nintendo games that we had. We didn't have a lot, because I guess we donated them to family members throughout the years. Here we go, finally found it. On-off boat rocker switch. No. But yeah, we ended up donating them over the years to like family members and stuff. And so you know, we don't have the big collection of Nintendo games anymore, but the ones that we had, we ended up playing, and man, that was a lot of fun, even though they were all busted up from being trying to display on a modern system. So you can apparently get stuff that will fix that. It'll actually fix it. There's like, just woke up from a nightmare, my brain hurts. Those are weird. The ones that just totally rock your worldview. I'm trying to look for like proper, well, this one should get here Sunday. I don't need 4 pins. I don't need red LED. It's just a normal one. $5, 5 switches. I hate buying stuff like this because I've got a lot of this stuff, but apparently I've used this stuff in so many different things that I don't have them anymore. And I guess I could redesign the panel for a different switch, but I mean, we've already designed it for this, so I'm stuck spending $5. Oh, now the fart box is coming out. It's my incontinence from being so old. Oh no, I'm losing it, chat. I'm too old to hold it in. All right, I gotta keep cleaning up. Oh my god. It says destroying or modifying it, which make it compatible with modern screens. But there's like a separate thing that you can buy that'll make it work with modern screens. And I had been looking into it. I don't have the information anymore. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for anymore. But I should get something. It's just going to be a bit expensive, and then we'll be able to run all that stuff on the regular TV. I mean, I've also got a Switch. Just rebuy the same games over and over for the rest of our lives. Every couple generations of hardware, we'll just rebuy all of our games. high storm of 32 in the Amiga 1200. That sounds like you're having a ball with that Amiga. It sounds like a cool thing. I don't know what I'd do with an Amiga, other than maybe run tracker software so I could make weird music. Make some Aphex Twin shit. Were you playing Monkey Island the other day? That's one of those that I never played, because at a certain point, I was a Macintosh kid. I got over that. We're not going to be using this infernal thing today to open these up. We'll be using the mill. It's quieter, safer, more consistent. And then I figured out how to make all the different LEDs show up for the different voltages. It turns out you just put a Zener diode in there. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just put a Zener diode in there. Because the entire point of a Zener diode is that it will only allow its rated voltage to exist on the other end of it. And it won't break down until you reach that voltage. When you reach that voltage, it allows current to flow. So if you're anywhere out of spec, well, if you're above spec, I guess that's not going to work out. But if you're below spec, it will not illuminate. So we can have voltage OKs. They're not over voltage sensors, though. That's the only thing. I don't know. I guess I'd have to use comparators to do an over voltage sensor, and I think that would be a little too much. I don't think I'd have room on the PCB to do that. I don't have room for the parts that'll perform that function. There are chips that will do voltage OK statuses as well, and I could put one of those in there, but then I got to wire up the chip and all of its accoutrements, all of its hardware. Would you? This thing will not frickin' stupid wires. Just stay over there. Monkey Island 1 and 2 beating on an Amiga. There are, so apparently, and I never knew about this. This is something I learned from, who was it? Noodle, that YouTuber. He made a video that was about all that, all that stuff back then, like how people would run thousands and thousands of dollars for their MIDI box, and it would make the music sound absolutely brilliant. I wonder what kind of resources exist this day and age to do that. You don't have to buy $1,000 MIDI voice pack or whatever. But then they made it run on like terrible MIDI and really, really good MIDI, and they made it run on both really well. I thought that was really impressive about the game. All right, I need to adjust everything and get stuff in the way or out of the way appropriately so that we can work on this stuff today. We're not doing burn the subs. We will get back to that. I want to do something weird and fun on a Friday, and that involves putting a bunch of these frame rails in a vise so that we can send these things down the line and have them get the plastic opened up on them. Okay, the lyrics are getting a little bit much. I need you to go into the background music. RGB to HDMI. Ah, look at that. Digital RGB video signal from vintage computers, BBC Micro PC, blah, blah, blah. DVI compatible. Well, hey, that's pretty cool. That's for RGB, not RCA, though. I'm sure I could look up RCA to HDMI. Like Nintendo converter, because apparently you need to like get rid of the blinking that they do. Hoglet is the guy's name. Nice, good name. That's a powerful name. Yeah, minimal to zero lag. I guess that's where the FPGAs come in handy, huh? Ah, why is my hair? Why is my hair? There we go. I need to clean up this top shelf because I think I could put a bunch of the equipment that I don't use on it and have a bunch of blinking lights. I need a shelf where I can put all that equipment, all the oscilloscopes and stuff that I generally don't use, and maybe I could put it on like a Tasmota switch or something so I could have it all turn on and do a bunch of blinking lights just as like a background. I guess I've got enough of a background here. I need what I actually need to do is finish the rack mount computer case so that I can transfer the streaming computer up onto the rack, and then it's going to be water cooled. Why? I don't know, just because it'll be cool. It'll be cool if it's water cooled. I mean, interesting if it's water cooled, because then I'll have a reservoir of water sitting up in the front of my rack mount. I think that'll be cool. I don't know why I'm doing all this modification to this computer case when I could probably just go out and buy something that works, but oh well. Somebody made a MIDI board for Raspberry where you could just load in the sound sample. Yeah, that's about it, I think. I mean, that's essentially what those voice banks were for the old MIDI stuff, right? You would just have a bunch, and then if you configure it properly, the game will absolutely take advantage of it and make beautiful music. If not, still a little clunky sounding, because in the end, it is still MIDI, but you can do a lot with good MIDI. Oh God, my life is a mess right now. I really need to spend some time cleaning up down here. Where's some of the old games that we play on Amiga? Man, there's so many weird ones. I think mostly everybody in my school would play Lemmings. That was like the big one. Lemmings was the big one. Sim Ant was apparently pretty popular. Oh my God, there's like generational dust back here. I've cleaned stuff away just right, to the point where I'm starting to discover how utterly and incompetently sloppy most of this shop is. Recreations. MIDI is giving you the feels. You could also just look up the music, right? I mean, somebody with a decent sound bank would probably have published the music. Okay, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready for today. I think I'm ready. I don't know though. I'll still have to clean out the mill a little bit when we get started over there, but for right now, I need to make something that's going to allow me to pass these under the blade just right. And hopefully create a minimal amount of plastic garbage that I have to scoop up. God, I gotta do, so tomorrow I am not gonna be streaming. I will not be streaming games tomorrow. As tempting as that would be to do, and as much as I would like to just relax, I have to work on my car. My car is accelerating its process of returning back to the earth. And I need to put the kibosh on that. I have wheel speed sensors, I have brake sensors that all need to go in. I'm gonna have to grab the computer and do a little, I'll do that when I'm tired, do a little computer work to get all the software running so that I can scan the computer and tell it that it's not about to explode and that it just had a little kerfuffle. I need to check coil packs to see which coil pack is the one giving me grief. The motor is very rumbly right now, which means that a singular coil pack has probably bit the big weenie in the sky. In addition to that, I need to do the usual oil change, check the filters, don't know what the status of spark plugs are. I haven't done any of this stuff, and I've had the car for like 3 or 4 years. I haven't been driving much because broadly gestures at everything. But it is time. And then at some point in the near future, I need to actually wax the fucking thing because it does not look good right now. It's got a matte coating on it. That water infiltrate. Water is not beating up on the outside of the car. I have been a bad car dad, and I need to rectify that. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, so I won't be streaming games. What's up, Walrus? How you doing, man? How's the Walrus? Yeah, all right. We're looking okay for the amount of bullshit that I got going on outside here. Take a sip of water. That's important. These little guys right here. These all contain syringes. I've been burning through these things, man. Get an older car without electronic. Problem solved. Mine's just barely into the electronic, and I actually do like having the ability to scan it. What are the plastic things you plan to cut open? I will get into that when we get started, but just for FYI, these are insulin pumps. These are Omnipod single-use insulin pumps. Supposedly, the batteries are not good in them anymore after a session. There's no adhesive on them because these are spent devices. And there's a lot of stuff inside of this pump that is a one-way street. There are things that get activated and clipped together and whatever, that end up you can't just load more insulin into this thing. I wish you could. Probably be a lot better. It'd be nice if you could have a wireless charger and refresh the reservoir, but unfortunately, the way it's designed, it cannot do that. It is a one-time use device. And so what I've ended up doing is while I'm in a session with the pump, when I eat a meal, that requires a bunch of insulin. That's the primary usage of insulin, right? This thing I'm using to get me between those meals. So when I sit down for a meal, I go, this is this many carbohydrates, and I punch it into the phone, because that's where the app is that controls everything. I almost threw my phone. Punch it into the phone, then tell the phone that I've eaten this many carbs and I'm giving this much insulin, but tell it not to inject. And so then I'll manually inject the insulin with a syringe, and then this thing just happily rolls on its way, giving me tiny little boluses, and that way I can make these last a little longer, and the next time I get all of my supplies, I will have extras. Because the thing is, if anything goes wrong with this, again, because it's a one-way street, like let's say this thing tries to inject the cannula and it messes it up somehow, you take the whole thing off and you throw it in the garbage. There's a way you can get the insulin out of the reservoir, but it's tough, and well, you have to like tilt it and get it that way. But the company would suggest you just throw all of it out. So all the 200 units of insulin, the batteries, the circuit board, the microcontroller, everything, garbage. Well, we also found a data sheet for these microcontrollers. So what I'd like to do is eventually get into the nitty gritty with these things and make like a test board that uses them. Yeah, it's very wasteful, but that's medicine. That's medical device stuff. I mean, that's just the way it is. It always has been like that. Regular insulin pumps are slightly more reusable, but the advantage to this system is that everything is on just this little tiny thing right here that's just on my body somewhere. And so I can wear a dress if I want, or I could wear like swim trunks, or I can move around without having to have something clipped to my belt, which would have a tube on it that catches on doorknobs and stuff. So I've kind of enjoyed these. They've been a good system. I've had a good time using them, and my A1C's down, and everything's looking up. So it's been advantageous to use this particular system. Trying to peel these off. There's a little UV glue that I spilled on the desk. Yep, that's right, Agnew. Oh, sorry, you're not Agnew. Oh man, I got that wrong. Oh man, Agnew's gonna be mad. I mean, not Agnew's gonna be mad. Yeah, they don't auto renew. So your Twitch Prime subs, by the way, if you have Twitch Prime, you're watching right now, and you are not subbed to your favorite streamer, you can use a free Prime sub. You just go to subscribe, and then there's a little checkbox for you in there, and you can just do that. It will not remind you. Well, actually, it'll pull up a little notification when it expires, but that's it. It doesn't automatically renew. So that was loud. If you're not on Twitch constantly, you might not notice that it's expired. So thank you guys for the Prime subs. I appreciate those very much. I'll be explaining all that stuff again too. Oh, I can't wait. It's like, this is where I don't know how people do the pen trick where they do that. They like let go of the pen and have it spin. I can't do that. I whenever I try to do it, I send a pen into orbit. I just flick it and it flies away. My scarred up hands have finally almost healed. This one is the one you guys can't see, the big long one on the inside there. That one's almost healed up. All the little puppy scratches are almost healed. I've got one little dot right there. The red marks are gonna stick with me for a long time though. It's gonna be a while. I don't know what the fuck this thing is. This was part of the other scar, I think, but it like, I don't know. I like dug my hand into something, my forearm rather, and it's just like a dot. It was smaller before, now it's larger. It's not infected. I'm really good at first aid. I constantly run triple antibiotic on everything. Soften up the scabs and let my body heal. I know how to do that. But yeah, it's weird that it's like larger than it was before. Lurk. I don't have a lurk command. I need to move the fan. I'm starting to break out and sweat. Starting to sweat a bunch. My fan is at a 90-degree angle to where I'm sitting. Let's move that over here. All right. Let's just get started, huh? Let's get started. Get the music out of here. That was Lee Magus, and I'm playing his Mixcloud. Here, hold on. Ugh, my scenes are all out of order. So Lee Magus, check him out. He's good music. Anyway, hi, how's it going? So what are we doing today? Well, it's Friday. It is a day past my birthday. I don't want to do anything crazy. I just want to hang out. Just hang out. Lab is absolutely awesome. It's literally everything I own in life in one room. I've been collecting the stuff in here for ages and ages, and this I mean, it'll the more you stick around, the more you see, I guess. There's a lot of organization that I'm doing right now. I need to pull stuff out of bins and organize those bins and get rid of stuff that I'm never going to use, and then organize stuff that I know I might eventually use. It's like one of those things. You need to have a sixth sense about this stuff in order to do this. But the problem is, I've been streaming for like years now, and as I stream, it's like a slow motion explosion. It's like what is it? Turbulent flow. Everything is just constantly in flux around here, and it skews towards greater entropy. And I need to get rid of some of that entropy. And I know I'm contributing to the heat death of the universe that way, but either way, like I've got ceiling tile, like wall tiles that are falling over because it got humidity. And stuff is just going nuts here. Gridfinity. I don't use organizational tools in order to figure out what I have in the shop. I don't know if those are particularly useful, because I just do clear bins with stuff in it, and then I'm happily surprised when I'm able to use some of the parts that I've got stowed away. That's just, I can't over organize stuff. It's just too much for me. Anyway, what are we doing? Well, okay, so Friday, don't feel like working on Burn the Subs. We will get to it. I need to figure out what I want to do with like voltage status lights, whether or not I want them to be like super sensitive to over and under voltages. Usually an under voltage would be something that you'd mainly be looking at. But an over voltage, it would be nice if the status light would turn off for that as well. We got the look right. They look amazing, but now I have to figure out what the circuit is. And I've done a little bit of research into that, but I haven't really done my homework. So instead, what we're doing this Friday is we are checking out the Omnipods again. There's something in the back of my mind that I've been meaning to do, and that's to actually recycle some of these supplies, because these medical supplies, I've thrown away maybe 3 or 4 pods, right? And I'm using a pod every couple days. So in light of that, I have been keeping the old pods. And so now I've got a pretty good stock of these things, and I'd like to make some use of it. And it turns out, yeah, so if you don't know the Omnipod, let's start there. The Omnipod is an all-in-one insulin pump. It's an insulin pump and an infusion set. The infusion set for the insulin pump, the infusion set is the part that goes on your body, and it delivers insulin just under the skin. There's something called a cannula. That's a little tube that travels out of the medical device and under your skin. The cannula is deposited by a syringe that typically would get taken out and then disposed of in sharps, and then you clip your pump to that. And the pump would have a reusable infusion set that has a reservoir with a plunger that gets depressed by a motor in the insulin pump, right? That's how insulin pumps are. Wazootronic, thank you for the sub. Happy birthday, my dude. That was yesterday. It's not today. This is not my birthday today. This is yesterday. I'm like a million years old. It's me and Jesse Cox. We are the 2 oldest Jessies on Twitch, I think. I don't think there are older Jessies on Twitch. At least not in the partnered. I don't know. There probably are. There's always a counterexample. That's why I wrote belated. How fucking dare you come in here and say that to me? Why are they made disposable? Yeah, the plunger is not happy with its life. Why are they made disposable? Well, so the human body fights foreign objects, right? It fights foreign objects, and I can't speak to other things like pacemakers and stuff like that. But when you put a patch with a little syringe under it or a tube, it's not really going to last all that long, and it depends on what you're doing with that stuff. If it is a tiny little tube like this, your body's going to fight against it, and eventually that can lead to occlusions. Occlusion is a fancy word for blockage. So when I say occlusion, I just mean it's unable to deliver whatever it's trying to deliver. It can't push stuff out of itself. You know, the body moves around. We sweat, we burp, we fart, we run, we shower. All those things fight against having something that's totally and completely reusable. Now, that's not to say that they couldn't make something that, you know, gets refilled and then clips onto a big adhesive patch. That would be nice if we could get, like, you know, 2 uses out of this thing. The pod only holds 200 units. The typical insulin pump holds 300. So there's also that there. Everything about this thing is sort of designed to burn through supplies, at least for me. I've had absolutely amazing, an amazing time using these, though, because they allow me to use a Bluetooth app on my phone called the Android Auto Pancreas system. So AAPS was made by diabetics for diabetics who are techie. And so I get into all of the little tiny adjustments and stuff, and I actually am able to, like, really make this thing work properly. What's up, Carlos? I'm able to make it work really well for me. Now, the big health companies are just starting to catch up to that, and they are making apps for these things, but they're kind of walled off. You don't get that sort of complexity because there's a certain amount of risk involved with it. You have a lot of different customers from all different walks of life that don't necessarily need the super duper algorithm and tuning features that I get from the consumer made app. So that's my own situation. But I've had a wonderful time with these things because when you replace one, you rip the old one off of your body, you deactivate it on the phone, then you fill the thing. So you just need the syringe that comes with that, fill it up with insulin, fill that, activate the pod, put it on your body, press go, it stabs you, and you're good to go. And you don't have to worry about, like, you know, unwrapping all the stuff and filling the reservoir, priming the pump, blah, 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 blah. It just does it. So I don't know if I'll be grabbing the chips today, but I would like to get there. Why don't they collaborate with those techie diabetics? They're kind of doing that. Insulet, the company for the Omnipod, is getting there. They're getting there. Body will calcify a foreign object. It happens because of inflation. What? Which results... Did Obama do this? Obama is keeping me from having a cannula in my body, which results in calcification of the tissue. This is the reason why some with severe arthritis over extended time lose mobility. Huh. Another example is a boob job. Bag will form a calcification layer around it over time. Weird. Oh, it's Joe Byron. That's right. Joe Byron. Hard hat summer. Anyway, what I want to do today... Crunchy. All right. I didn't roll out of bed today expecting to have read that, but I did. And now we have to deal with the aftermath of that, those 2 words together. Okay. Inflammation. Oh, okay. You have yeah, has swipe typing gotten to shit over the past, like, year? I think swipe typing is, like, almost completely useless at this point because I have to, like, babysit it way too much. What an unfortunate day to be literate. Yes. Okay, so anyway, what we're doing here is we're going to try to recycle stuff from these pods. These pods have a lot of really interesting stuff in them. They're, you know, and I've talked by now, I've explained everything, but basically this thing has an injection mechanism, it has a reservoir filling mechanism, and it has a way of advancing the plunger using a nichrome memory wire. So it uses a memory wire instead of a motor. It's kind of crazy. So, you got paid to type that, man? Anyway, pretty cool little piece of kit, and they've worked really well for me. My A1C is down, my weight is down, a lot of good stuff. I mean, what this also forced me to do was fast. I haven't been good about it lately because, you know, birthday, but I need to be fasting many evenings of the week. So just off and on, basically, I eat lunch, and that's the only meal of the day. That's been working really well for me. My weight's been dropping out. That and this little thing that I've been punching. You basically put grain into it. You put, like, you put certain grains into it, and it actually makes you run half a mile before streaming. So this is a cool little device that I've also got going on for me right now. Yeah. Anyway, so that all that stuff together, my health has been kind of the focus lately, and it's been going well. Part number, oh, I forget what it is. Yeah, I don't remember the part number for that. Anyway, what we're trying to get from these things, because the philosophy behind these things is you use it and then you fucking throw it away, right? You chuck it at a dolphin or something like that. You know, specifically batteries are what you're throwing into the ocean, right? I throw car batteries at Flipper. But chucking a couple of these is also good for a laugh. Just throw them into the Pacific garbage patch. I hate all the plastic waste in medical devices, but they're medical devices, right? There's so few people using these things that it's not really that big of a deal, but it is kind of a big deal. I don't like throwing stuff out that much. So these I would like to get something out of. And the only thing that I can really consider getting out of it, because I'm not doing anything with nichrome wire, right? It's just this tiny little microscopic piece of nichrome wire that's enough to make that little drum wheel advance, but it's not really enough for me to do anything cool with. I don't really know what I'd do with the memory wire. The only thing that I can really think of, oh, and by the way, the batteries, after running Bluetooth low, okay, hold on. Leftover lasagna was not a good idea. That tomato sauce is really become an absolute war zone in my stomach. Anyway, that little drum is advanced to the nichrome wire. There's springs. There's a syringe. I'm not going to do anything with a used syringe. What the hell? A buzzer. I don't need any of that stuff. I can't really use it. There's 3 batteries in here, and they're pretty common coin cell battery. But the 3 batteries in here probably should be almost dead after running the pump for 2-ish days, sometimes way less than that. After running the pump for that amount of time, the batteries should be mostly dead. We will hold on to the batteries. I'll put them all in a bin or something like that. Problem is, when you put a bunch of coin cell batteries in a bin, they all like short out and explode. So I don't want them to short out. But I do kind of want to like test them and see how much life they've got left in them, because we have this little poop bag holder for the leash. It's like a little pod thing, and it's got a flashlight on it. It's like the most pathetic flashlight that I've ever seen in my entire life. It's enough to illuminate a dog pissing in the woods, but it might take the same type of batteries. So each one of these pumps could be a refresh on the batteries for that thing. I don't know. We'll have to. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. So I got a stack of them right here. I have a cardboard box that's filled with these things. It's not super full, but it does have a lot of them in there. What I'd like to do is use makerbeam to make, and I'll probably use a piece of makerbeam as a pushrod because I'm not going to get my fingers near it. What I'd like to do is make like a frame that I can put on the mill and then put the side cutter at the height of the side of this thing, and then we can push this through the side cutter. I don't want to make a lot of plastic waste that I have to clean up. We can just take a cut on the side here, flip them over, take another cut here. So it'll have to be turning against the pushing direction, and then it will open up the bottom piece, and then I got to figure out what I want to do from there. I don't think I want to do, it would be nice if I could run it again on this face, and then I could just pop the whole thing off. I mean, the other way to do it would be to use like Dremel. I have like a planer on the Dremel, and that could possibly just shave the entire thing, and then everything would drop out. But I don't like that. That's going to create too much dust. So just take out all the gold. What I want to do, we found the data sheet for the microcontroller on this thing. So there is a data sheet for this. This is a Bluetooth specific microcontroller. Why is it so dark? You got plenty of light over there. Why is it so dark? There we go. This is a Bluetooth specific microcontroller. So I want to grab the microcontroller and the crystals. I certainly don't want to buy more crystals for this thing. Microcontroller and crystals, and then what I'd like to do is get to designing my own board, my own teensy style board, something that's like well, here's the Raspberry Pico, the Raspberry Pi Pico that we did the keyboard project with. I want to make a board that's kind of like this, with a USB plug on, maybe a USB-C plug on one end, a reset button, and then whatever other accoutrements are required in order to, minimalistically, whatever's required to run this thing. I'll probably need a voltage regulator on that, which will be the thing that I have to buy, because this is battery powered. But I want to be able to reflash the entire thing. Why did they go with micro B? I hate them for it. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Because these things, look at, nobody, I have yet to see anyone properly solder. Let me get a pointing device. I've yet to see anybody properly solder these MFs right here, these mofos. These things right here, the little ground pads that are supposed to keep your socket from flying off when you plug something into it. See these little pads that are actually through holes? They're supposed to anchor this whole thing down. And there's supposed to be enough solder in there for it to make what is ostensibly a solder rivet that will enable this thing to hold on while the 10,000-pound gorilla tries to shove a frickin' micro B up its nasal cavity. I mean, come on. In my day, I've had so many of these things just pop off. I hate them. 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 So anyway, that's kind of my idea with this. I'd like to turn this into something like this, and then I can have this infinite supply of capable microcontrollers with Bluetooth that also have a decent speed on them and everything like that. This is a memory storage. I don't think I'm going to need this. Maybe I'll hold on to them, but why would you suddenly just reference Beavis and Butthead? I'm referential humor and the death of comedy. It's like a fucking Darmok and Jalad kind of shit, where it's like, man, those guys are cringe. All they do is reference other stuff. USB daughterboard on the PS4 controller twice. Ugh. TNG predicted meme culture, I know. The one interesting feature about these boards, these insulin pump boards, is this right here. The buzzer is between this contact for some reason in the middle of the board and this contact over here, I think. Actually, wait, no. So this one is the cutoff for where there's like a rod attached to the what is it? There's a rod attached to the plunger that retracts with the plunger. So when it fills, this gets shorted, and when it's empty and it has a certain number of units left, this will get open contact. That's how it knows where the plunger is relatively, because you can partially fill this thing and then start using it. It's not always maximum fill. These are a sort of a makeshift encoder on the front of the turning barrel. So if the barrel turns and then like if you activate these pads and ground, that energizes the two halves of the nichrome wire and moves a metal plate back and forth and advances the plunger. So if you're activating this and you don't see the encoder change, you know something's up and you can throw an error. That leaves, I don't think those two are the buzzer. It must be this one and this one are actually on a buzzer on the outside of the case. That's this right here. It's basically a piezoelectric speaker, right? So when this thing, I know, I'll thank him in a minute. He can be patient. This thing right here is a piezoelectric buzzer, and its primary function is either for comedy, so comedy, where I can go into Android APS, I can go to my dash screen, pod management, and I can say play a test beep, and then it'll beep beep as soon as that actually reads it. There it is. A little beep in the background. Wow, so funny. Anyway, you can make it beep just to be sure that you've got good communication going on. When this thing is out of insulin, that will start screaming. It'll just start screaming. It's just constantly activated. So when it's constantly activated, how do you stop it? Like, for instance, if you can't communicate via Bluetooth, this thing will just keep beeping in perpetuity until the batteries run out. Piezo buzzers don't use a whole lot of current. So what they do is they run the contacts for the piezo buzzer through this board right here. And what you can do, there's a little hole right there, and you poke something through that hole, and it will break off the end of that board and stop the beeping. It's ridiculous. The new version of the pump actually has a button. It's just a little metal contact. But, like, apparently you have to ruin it in order to, yeah. And I don't think that just silences the buzzer. I think that disables the whole thing. Now all I need is the insulin pump to play fart noises. I know, right? Pyro S, thank you for the 45 months. Oh my God, Pyro. That's a lot of subs. Thank you. Who engineered that? I don't, yeah, buttons are pretty expensive and that'll almost never get pressed. Why don't we just make a little piece of circuit board that breaks off? And you know this is like, Insulet's not a small company. It's not like 4 people sitting around a table going, man, how can we do this? They probably had to go through like cost analyses to figure out, like, how much is a button gonna cost versus the extra circuit board like real estate that we need to do the break off tab? Why would we do a break off tab? What's the justification behind it? Is it worth spending the money on? Apparently not, because in the new one, it's just literally a piece of metal and you just pop, you know? Pyro, what are you doing? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you embarrass me like this? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, bringing you to 252 total. Oh my God. Blockchain, Gordon Clark, Geo Thingo. Oh man, I don't even really know what that is. Xe Goist, and Jake Programming all got subs thanks to Pyro S being super duper generous. Thank you. Thank you, Pyro S. I appreciate that very greatly. So, what I want to do is come up. Happy birthday. Man, I'm super old. I don't want to think about it. I'm too old for Twitch. That's not true. There's like grandpas that do stuff on this channel. On this platform. I want to come up with something that I can clamp into my mill and run these down, just basically work holding. Like, I just need something to hold on to these and pass them in front of the side cutter so that I don't hurt myself trying to cut these things open, and I can just pop on the mill, get the XY axis in the right part, and then just run these things through so that it'll just, you know? Didn't notice listening to the stream like a podcast. Yeah, people do that, huh? People do that. Some people pull up my stream at work because it looks like work, which is interesting. I used to do Twitch Plays Pokemon at work. God, I gotta clean up everything, don't I? Let's get the makerbeam up here. I've already got most of the parts sitting in ready, so we can just go through like a factory process of running these things over in the mill and then popping off all the plastic and getting all the innards out. Twitch fixes car when you know, it's an equipment problem. I know, what's his name? Oh man, I forget the guy's name. He's part of the Knowledge Fellowship, apparently. Although some people don't like his politics, which I can understand. But he does car mechanic stuff. Like, he's an actual mechanic, and he does all kinds of cool stuff on Twitch. I don't think we're gonna need a grappling hook, are we? I always thought this thing would be so useful for like getting stuff out of storm drains and things, but no, it's not. It really isn't. It just sits on a shelf. It's like a fidget spinner for man babies. Just got here. What are those? Those are insulin pumps. Those contain 200 units of insulin and deliver the insulin throughout the day, depending on what your glucose level readings are. What we're going to do is we're going to try to build something that will... Why do I have rack brackets in here? What's going on? We're going to try to build some... Oh, Jesus, that was loud. We're going to try to build something that will allow me to pass these through the mill and have it cut off the plastic so that I can pry it open and get out the microcontroller. You were Batman. If you think that little thing can hold my weight, boy howdy. Do I have a bridge to sell you? Okay, that didn't go where I threw it. It bounced everywhere. God, this bin is in shit shape. I really need to transfer the contents of this bin into a different bin. Because there's, this is gross. This is gross. Disgusting. Okay, why is there fuel hose in this bin? What is it? Why is there fuel hose? Okay. Probably from water cooling. So yeah, let's figure this out. Basically, my mill runs on an XY table. I have a side cutter bit that will make very, very short work of the plastic. We don't need to use an end mill. Let me get the side cutter over here. Where that fucking thing go? Hey, side cutter. Where the fuck are you? Where'd you go? I'm gonna find you. What happened to it? It's just a little thing. It's got like a saw blade on it. It's cool. Hold on, I'll go to the face cam while I look for this. Everybody wants to do the most complicated thing. Everybody wants to do that. We have water cooled for the memes in the past, and we will in the future, but phase change. You guys just like the sound of your own voices, I think. Especially when it comes to subjects like that. Everybody just wants to name the most complicated and annoying thing to implement, and it's like, I don't know, I tire of it. Because we do actually do some of the insane stuff here. Not phase change, though. Although the price of compressors on Alibaba has gone down significantly, so maybe one day I'll want to pop one of those open and, well, do all the copper piping and the reductions and all that stuff. But that's not going to be anytime soon. Where the hell did the side cutter go? I know it's around here. It must have fallen and gotten behind something, I guess. Unless it's in the drawer right here. I gotta be careful of grease. Oh, and I've got that thing in a weird mode still. In the drawer. I know what I'll do. I'll type the most smartest thing into Bother's chat. Actually, I think... No, it had a saw blade on it, didn't it? Unless it is that thing, and I just took the saw blade off and put it elsewhere. That might be what I did. Because I got this one. And this one has the big diamond wheel on it. But then I've also got one that has a saw blade on it, I thought. And it was like all ready to go. But I don't see it. Up here? No. Not up there. Yeah, alright. Well, the saw blade wouldn't have gone far if I'd changed it out. Got a grinding disc. Don't need that. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff in here that I need to go through. Okay, now the drawer won't close. Oh yeah, there's this thing. Check this out. This thing's always fun. There's literally no purpose to it, but... Whoa. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm gonna barf. Whoa. Whoa. Mine is posted to build a tea-cooled PC for the spiffing Brit. Ew. Ew. You'd make it inject pure caffeine in your bloodstream throughout the day. No. There was somebody who had an insulin pump, and they actually used it as it was a pain pump. Who had birthday yesterday? He can smell it. FK Productions' vision is based on movement. I need everybody to be very still. He'll think it's an empty room. Just don't move. He'll go away. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. How's it going, man? I'm looking for the side cutter from my mill. This channel's dead. Dead channel. I'm out of here. I want to make a jig that I'm going to pass these things through so that I can open up the plastic more easily, pop it open, get the microcontroller out of it, and possibly make my own development board with it. It's an advanced fidget spinner. I know. It's just been sitting in a drawer for a while. It's so weird. Ooh, trippy. All right, anyway, back to looking for a saw. I have one in here somewhere. I don't know where it is, though. But I gotta find it, because I wanna actually do this today, you know? I wanna come up with the little framework that'll hold all that stuff. And then I wanna actually, like... Is that... Why is there a giant, gross knife in my drawer? It's a Klein Tools, like, fucking murder weapon. Why do I have this? Okay, we're gonna put that back there. And if the police are looking for something like that, we'll know where to point them. But, I ain't no snitch. With a giant fucking knife in there. Why? I don't do anything with that. Some point in the near future, by the way, we need to, pull apart this mill. this mill has sort of advanced its process of returning to the earth, and it's getting rusty. I have not been Johnny on the spot with a T, what is it called, T9? I have not been coating this thing in oil properly, so we need to pull it all apart, get some Scotch-Brite pads on it, put it all back together and get it back into tune, and fix the DRO. That's going to come sometime after we get Burn the Subs actually functioning, because Burn the Subs is the priority right now. That's sort of the draw to the channel, and then we'll do more mechanical stuff, because I think taking apart the mill is going to be more fun. It'll be something that, you know, we can use our hands to do. I gotta find that saw blade. I don't know what happened to it. I got the diamond grinder in it right now. Who did you kill? Yeah, we'll just leave that there. We'll just, yeah. Knife throwing stream. No, actually a construction guy left it here and we tried calling him, couldn't get him in touch. Daytime running lights, DRL, yeah. Need to set time for service to your tools. Well, that's what, I mean, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm not totally negligent, just partially, criminally. I don't know what happened to the saw blade that I had. I think it probably ended up back in the dregs. I don't know. There's, I mean, I thought I had an entire thing that had the saw blade on it. It's back here. I thought for sure, because we used it. We used it to cut the heatsink for the aluminum heatsink that was part of the my power supply for the computer long ago. Is it under stuff? Stuff kind of gets pushed under the equipment. What is that? There's something back there. Oh, that's a plug. No, don't see it. It's like a flat saw blade, and I don't know where it went. Oh, man. I mean, I guess it could have ended up in the other tool drawers. It might actually be in here. I just need to dig further into the murder drawer. Ah! Crimper attacked me. Ah! Stop it! Okay. Put the crimper away. All this stuff aside. Where could it be? Welcome to my shop of wonders, where I spend all day just shuffling through stuff like a dottery old man. The dottery old man that I've become. This birthday has aged me. I'm 1,000 years old now. Well, according to the internet, I am literally dust blowing over an open grave. Like, when you become like 12, you're apparently too old for the internet. What is that? Oh, that's different. That's work holding stuff. All right, certified not to be in that drawer. How about this one? I need the cutting tool so that I know what I'm doing with the thing that's going to be doing the cutting. You know, so I can position everything properly. So I need to find that blade, whatever the hell I did with it. I want to find it. It's going to end up fucking killing me. I'm going to get a huge cut from it. I don't really know where that went. Let's see. If I were a blade and I was somewhere in this shop, where would I be? What would I do with that? What would I do? What would I do? I mean, it might actually be in the Dremel bin. It might have been a Dremel bit that I used. I don't think it was, though. I don't think it was, but maybe it could be. Not like back here. It probably would have gone here. On. Oh, wait, I think I found them. I think I found them. They're still in plastic. Yeah, there they are. Okay, found it. It was sitting on the shelf. The dust is speaking again. I know. I know. Horrible. Okay, so, that's why it's... Well, you know, hey, if I ever need a giant murder knife, I guess I know where it is now. It's like shocking to find, though. It's like, what? Why is that? Why is that there? All right, that's gonna be. I'm gonna have to get one of the T handles. Yeah, place for everything and everything in its place. So that's the murder knife bin. What was somebody doing carrying that fucking thing in my house? That's what I'm wondering. Is this an English size? This is gonna be. This better be metric. This better be metric or there will be hell to pay. Mostly through the form of chat going, why would anything not be metric? Well, welcome to America, where the land is free, and the amber waves, and the home of the braves, where things are in either metric or imperial, and it is continually frustrating to try to operate. If I put it away, I'll never find it again. Truth. Truth. It's got to go in a place. Why does Imperial exist? Because we didn't have standardization of stuff, and so the Brits went around colonizing everyone, and they said, that's this length now. And everybody was like, all right, cool. It just stuck that way. I don't know if I have a different cutting bit. I thought I did. I really thought I did. But I guess this goes into the holder, and then that'll do. So it's not though. It's not our units. It's Brits. Brits came up with them, and then people, international types all over the fucking internet, endlessly complain about it to the point where it's just sickening. I'm just done. Like, it's just like, just stop, please. Yeah, so with the unit thing, I mean, people just keep, it's not ours, we renounced it. Well, whatever. You're the ones that brought it here. But like, you know, people just endlessly go over this on the internet, and it's like, we're kind of used to what we do. We just do it. Yeah, there's just two standards. I mean, one of them is weird, and it's a little clunky because it came about in a time when we didn't know that we'd be doing all kinds of science with it. So, and Imperial units in general are a little bit more human scale to give it any credit at all. That's what I would say. They're more human scale. So when you're talking about like the half-a-mile walk that I did around the block, that's easy for me to conceptualize. I'm not used to kilometers, so I don't actually know what that comes out to in kilometers. There's some weird conversion factor, but I generally know when I'm traveling what miles per hour looks like. And if I'm describing something as being a certain distance away, I say it's 30 yards, and people generally know that distance. If I say it's 30 degrees out, people know that as a percentage of 100 degrees, which is annoyingly warm, 0 degrees is annoyingly cold, they know 30 degrees is swinging towards that other end, and it's pretty uncomfortable. But when you want to do science, and when we want to do science, we use metric. That's the gist of it. So we bounce back and forth. I mean, the Brits bounce back and forth even more on that thing. So anyway, yeah, side cutter. So this gets loaded in to the shuck. That'll hold it, spin it, and I can XY adjust it. So this will be our cutting surface. We need to make something that will allow me to pass this across it again and again and again. So this will be loose, but it'll be, I'll have bars on either end holding it in place, and then we can do like a push rod where I can push this to the other side, because I need to run through a stack of these things, and then we need to flip them around and do them again. And I guess I could probably adjust this thing to be like right in there, and it would just completely obliterate. I don't necessarily want to hurt the PCB, but I guess I can if I need to. I don't know. The units conversion thing is a sad, sorry old story that we've been over time and time again, and it's just not something that I care to discuss anymore. It's just stupid at this point. I just don't want to. Nah. Anyway, so I want to make something that can go into the vise. And then like clamp into the vise, and then I pass the thing down the line. So it would be something like that, I guess. Man, it's not coping and seething when somebody's just sick of talking about something, you know? This thing is fucked. What did I do to this? I think this is part of my old computer project. Ugh. I think these are old rails from the computer project, but these are long. These will help me get that distance. I've got a couple long ones here too. Hold on. Let me get those out. These ones I think might be too long, but maybe we can still use them. I like metric, everything being divisible by 10. Who asked? Nobody asked. About to ban all of chat. Be better for it. All right, let's see. Makerbeam. Makerbeam is kind of cool. It's a little expensive for what it is, but what you can do with it is end up being mad at yourself for leaving an old project together that won't come undone. Okay. Anyway, Makerbeam. Makerbeam is an extrusion rail. It's an aluminum rail that's extruded. When you put this into like the machine vise, unfortunately, these extruded ends will squish together. So it's not entirely the most durable and accurate thing to be using around a milling machine, but it is good for putting together frames of stuff, for putting together little experiments, for, you know, putting a screen so that you can watch it during your project. Good for quick prototyping kind of jobs. There are alternatives to this stuff, by the way, and you can get slightly larger and slightly, I guess, smaller versions of it. I went with Makerbeam a long time ago. I guess it was a Kickstarter, and they're all over Amazon. You can find them. What they do is they basically grind the ends of the M2.5 bolts into a little square end, and it still has the hex, whatever, the hex thingy in the top, but that allows it to then slide into the extrusion and create a mounting point for you. So you can put brackets on those mounting points and you could build up your structure with that, or you could just screw whatever you need to into that. So it's actually pretty fun to do for like electronics projects, because if you have regular hole spacing, 2 rails, some of these things, you can just put it all together. It's very nice. It's nice to kind of keep your projects together from flying apart in every which way. Now what we have to do is we have to figure out how we're going to use this in order to make basically just a slide for these things. But that has to fit into the actual machine vise. So let's see. We got this tool, and then I guess I need to either get a hex key or the screwdriver. I can use this thing, I think. Yeah, this will be fine. 80/20 extrusion, not so expensive, but the accessories connectors are insane. Yeah, 20/20 rail is the alternative, and that's metric. So 80/20 can be metric, but 80/20 also does the English rail system and stuff. Not the English rail, so I don't mean like the tube. I mean like they do the imperial dimensions, but their accessories are the ones that are super duper fucking expensive. The alternative is 20/20 rail, and that's, you know, 20 millimeter by 20 millimeter. It's a little smaller, but it we've done a lot of projects with it. It does great. And the accessories for those are a lot cheaper. AES, yeah, there you go. We'll go with AES standard. All right, so long rails, long rails. Do we need long rails, or do we do it like slightly shorter? Because I was just hoping it could like deposit it when we're done. But if I do it in like common, then at least we have like standard lengths, so I can make like a little frame, and then we'll just pass them through individually. Because we could do it individually, or I could just load up like 7 of these in a cartridge and like just make it fly through. I think maybe clamping on one rail and then mounting stuff to that rail is going to be the strategy here. But I don't have flat sections, and we need to keep the smoothness throughout. How do we keep it smooth? I do have linear rail I could put to this, but that's stupid. That would be stupid. I don't want to use linear rail to do anything. Don't be stupid. You're stupid. So if I do it this length, pod goes in, blade is here or here, my hand goes like this, and then my fingers drop off. As fun as it would be to have like a spring-loaded cartridge, it just like auto sends them through. I mean, these are only a little bit larger than that rail, but we need to have like something on either side to kind of stabilize it. It's not a, no, it's not a, 2020 is not a company. That's just a, I guess, I don't know if it's a company actually, to be honest. I don't know. So let me think here. Get the brackets on this thing and try to make like a slide out of it. Those corner cubes I could do like that, but that would be strictly the size of the maker beam, which is 10 millimeter by 10 millimeter. 10 millimeter by 10 millimeter is not quite the dimension that I need. It needs to be a little bit wider than that. And also, this needs to like get clamped on by the vise. I mean, the other way to do it is to pass them horizontally down the line, but I don't think that's going to be a good way to do it. I would come in from the side. Hold on. Let me get this off. Let me open this up so that I have a bracket to work with. I mean, I have this project in my head. I just, we're going in blind on this one. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, we're going in first run on this. I don't know what I'm going to do to solve this problem. So we're playing it by ear. We're kind of ad-libbing this. So you guys are in this with me, and hopefully I'm not too rude at your suggestions. It'll happen though. I will be rude about suggestions, but I'll try to ease up on it, because this is a collaborative effort. All right, take all this stuff apart so that I just have the raw parts sitting around. That'll help me think about the problem a little bit. If I could somehow like speed load them in there. I have a lot of these. I mean, this is not indicative of how many I have. There's a box full of them over yonder. So we've got our spinning dealio on one side, and we have these things approaching. If they were flat, this would come across there and, you know, could potentially bite into the circuit board. But that's one way of doing it, is having it pass this way. I was thinking of having it pass this way, because that would allow me to lift this up, because I can't get this right up against the vise. I mean, I guess I almost can, but sliding them in this way would be one way to make it work. And also, I could cut it a little higher up. I could cut the white plastic instead, but that would mean that I'd kind of want to go all the way around the circumference. I'd rather cut the clear plastic away on two ends, and then I could potentially pop the whole thing off. Or I could adjust where the cutting surface is and get this one, and that way the whole thing just pops off and we get our circuit boards out. So we want to be able to run this, I guess, very low. This needs to be able to run very low, because I want the cutter to be all the way down here at one point. Damn it. That complicates things. The front surface of this thing being round is not helping me at all. Yeah, these are insulin pumps. They're disposable insulin pumps, and I'm trying to make them a little less than a complete write-off, you know? If I do standoffs on one piece of rail, I can hoist that rail up above another piece of rail, and then we can make our mechanism off of that. 2 standoffs be enough? What kind of force is this thing? Not much. I'll have to position it properly in the vise, though. This is something that I want to be able to put, like, to the side in the shop here and use again. Yeah, I don't think standoffs are a good idea, but there's no other way to really attach stuff to the rail when we're covering the two sides with the vise pinching it. Unless I do 2 pieces with interstitial, like little, like this, and then do another one. And then we build our shit inside of that. Maybe that is the way to go. That might be what we need to do. I might need to make a whole frame for this. All right. So that in mind, I need certain kinds of brackets. Brackets. So many brackets. I don't think these would be necessary, but the ones that I use up are these, the little 3 and 2 ones get used up quite a bit. But if we use those, and then a short piece in the middle, we'll put like 3 of these in the middle. Never used my oscillating saw. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to say to that. It's one of those phrases that changes everything. I'll never be the same after reading that you've never used your oscillating saw. And I'll just have to continue with the knowledge that I now hold as steward to these facts. None of these match. None of these match. They're all depreciating lengths. I don't appreciate the depreciation going on here. I think I'm gonna have to use the shorter ones just because I don't really have anything that works. Yeah. We're gonna have to make it a little bit more succinct. It's not succinct. It's gotta be smaller because I got plenty of these, so we can make it on these. That's a little close for comfort, but I guess we could do it. Why is this one a weird one? Why is it like what's going on here? These are supposed to be they have standards. They have standards. Professionals have standards. They're standard lengths, and when I've needed slightly longer or shorter ones, I've cut them. So that's what's going on here. Is like most of these lengths are probably cut from other pieces, so they're troublemakers. I don't really need to worry about them. Son of a bitch, what is that? Okay. Yeah, so we'll use these. This will be the length of our little thing, and then the width will be these guys, and we'll put a couple of them on the width because we're going to have a very strong vise on that. I would love for this to have something on top so that I can just drop it into the vise and then clamp it around that, but I don't know if I'll be able to swing that. But let's just start with this and 3 supports. 3 supports, and we'll see what we can come up with for the thing that holds the actual thing that slides through the cutting blade, because the cutting blade will not be able to go below this right here. And the bottom of this will have all of the attachments, so let's get those ready to go. So I need a lot of these things. This is going to be a weird setup, but we got to start. You know, we got to start. That's the hardest part. The hardest part. So, well, do I have like different brackets for that? I don't think I do. I think I have like one bracket that's a T shape. Those are different. See here. Nah, yeah, we'll have to just use these. We'll have to just use these. That'll be all right. All right, let's get to work. Let's get to work. Start building. It's like adult Lego. Or erector set, if you want to say erector, which is always fun. Never pass up an opportunity. It's just all I want to tell you. This will hopefully make short work of the job of getting rid of all of the plastic that I don't want on these things. Bob the Builder. My name ain't Bob, though. I ain't no Bob. I know a Bob, but he ain't me. I'm me. Come on. Oh, boy. We're going to be doing this a lot today, huh? Wait, is that going to be too long? Be a little too long for both brackets. Let's test that one out. Bob in another universe. Some kind of a Bob somewhere along the lines. Come on, there we go. I hope we don't run out of parts. I've got a lot of makerbeam stuff because I kept buying starter kits for makerbeam just because I'd run out of certain supplies and then just buy another starter kit, which was expensive, but now I've got a bunch of this stuff lying around, and so when I need to do something like, you know, some kind of a workpiece holder like this is, essentially, I've got the supplies to do it now. But it didn't come across easily. I didn't come across this easily. I didn't just buy a huge kit of this stuff. It's just project after project running out of supplies and then buying another lump sum of parts. The starter kit for the makerbeam stuff that they sell, pretty good. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. But I think I bought it 3 times to have this much stuff. And then the specialty sizes come about from like the computer project needing a long rail that's like 350 millimeters. But 350 millimeters, like, I don't sell that. So I buy 1,500 and cut it out of that. And then you've got how much left over. You cut it and then you tap it and you make it like a normal rail. I need to clean out that bin. That bin is in terrible shape. There's all kinds of gross stuff got in there. Because it's just been sitting open out in the on the floor here. I finally got Plex working with my whole server. I spent most of last night struggling with my frickin' media server, trying to get that to work. It was on a very old version of free NAS. And so I had to actually... The problem with upgrading in free NAS is that I'm impatient. And my impatience made me click away from the upgrade window. And I guess when I did that, it stopped upgrading. And then I thought what I had to do was get it to boot into the upgrade. Luckily all of the... You need to show me the tricks on that. Plex is really easy to set up, actually. Plex is the easiest part to set up. It's just the upgrading from version 9 to version 12 of FreeNAS, and then it changed to what it was called. It's still called FreeNAS, but they put another set of parentheses on it. So before stream, I had to point all of my what are they, network drives to the right network folder stuff in you know, in the computer for the SMB share. I had to point it towards the appropriate stuff. It was annoying, but I thought I'd ruined my server for a while. I thought I was totally shit out of luck. Luckily, all the lessons of, you know, running a computer, running a server, have gone into the free version of the media server stuff. And so you can just... Shit, what was that? Was that something that I'm going to need? Hopefully not. I think it was another bracket. I'll get it later. But like, you can just roll it back to a previous version, and that's what I had to do. I had no idea what the hell was going on. Apparently, what was going on is I didn't let it finish. I need to be more patient. It can take like an hour. And their little window that they made, their cute little pop-up window that tells you that it's upgrading, didn't really give me all that much information about things happening. So I had no idea if anything was going on at all. Really old FreeNAS on an EEPROM. What? Back with Patriot memory made NAS 10 years ago. Dude, that sounds a lot different from what I've got going on. Yeah. I put everything into that rack mount server, which probably is making it run a little hotter than it should. And then I've got FreeNAS on it, and then I just connected Plex to everything. So now I can actually watch stuff upstairs from the server downstairs. But it was a pretty big pain in the ass to do, because I had to upgrade, because version 9 circa 2016 wasn't exactly... It would try to get the Plex stuff, and it'd be like, at 404'd, because you're trying to get to a web page from 2016. It's like, oh. Oh, oops. So I had to actually upgrade the server, but I couldn't just... I don't know if I could have just gone to the newest version right away. I probably could have if I had known to just wait. But what ended up happening is I had to step it through all the versions and just make sure that everything was nice and stable with the new version. So it's like, I went from like version 9 to version 11, then to version like 11 point something, then to version 12, then to the latest version. It was very fiddly. I need 4 of these on there. Man, this is gonna take a lot of hardware, isn't it? Gonna be a lot of hardware on this. I have to fish it all out of this bin. 2016 is only a year or so ago. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just around the corner. Just around the corner. Yeah. Totally. while I was upgrading, I was like, all right, version 11, the latest one. And it's like copyright 2018. And I'm like, oh. I guess they changed it to True NAS from Free NAS for some reason. But like it messed up all the locations of the SMB directories. So I had to get all that stuff going. And then apparently I need to upgrade the Z pool to get different features, but I don't know if I need the features. And the posts from 2018 are like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm like, oh. Called End of Life on Free NAS, so you're still rocking that. It's got to be the end. It's been merged into True NAS. Yeah, I thought the free name made it sound ghetto. Oh, come on. Good piece of software. I'm on FreeNAS 12. I don't know if I need to... I don't know if that's TrueNAS yet. I think they're up to TrueNAS, like, version 3 or something, right? So I think I've been left behind. God, why am I buzzing? Everybody tries to contact me during stream because everybody's, like, at work. Ugh. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, man. Another octopedal request. I need to advise my friend on how to build an octopedal or equivalent. Which is a fun project to do if you've got all the stuff like this. Probably not a fun project to do if you have to, like, if you don't really know how to solder, etc., etc. Actually, it can be done pretty easily, to be honest. Because you can get a development board that's easy to just, like, hook one switch up to, because there's one switch that's already in that foot pedal. So you would just hook that up and then run a USB cable into it. So it's a pretty easy project. It's just the little things, like the lighting and debouncing the switch and all that stuff are what generally evade people. Also, there are products that you can just buy that do that. Damn it, getting all these aligned. I'll read chat in just a sec. 1 second. Yep. And the problem is that I don't know what you can buy in order to do that, because I have all this stuff. It's like a 10-minute project for me. But for people who don't know this stuff or know how to approach this kind of stuff, it can be daunting. It can be daunting and nigh on impossible. Why were there no nuts? No nuts. 5 years or so. Oh, until I have to go to True NAS. Determination that I need two X NASs, one with stuff stored, one to build a new / modern HD. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I could use two. One specifically just for archiving all of my old streams, because I do have every single stream on a hard drive. I actually need to check what the space on the hard drive on this computer is, because at some point I'm going to run into the space issue that we normally have. But I've got all of my old footage, and if I can find the wherewithal to actually get into clipping it up and editing it and stuff, then I can actually put up a stream archive on YouTube. It's just the work that I have to do in order to do that is above what I've been able to do lately. So I will do it. I will do it at some point. YouTube is just fucking a hellhole, though, at this point. I don't know what to do about YouTube. It's scary. Because I'm using audio frequencies at all, they're going to send the cops to my house. Yeah, we've already violated that one. God, is Reddit just obsessed with how much individuals are jacking off? No Nut November. Ludicrous. Utterly mad. I don't care what these people are doing, but they, goddamn, if they won't stop posting memes about it. Wait, this one's the wrong set. What are these parts that I found? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't working out. This isn't adding up. That one fits there. Oh, that one fits there. These must be the parts that I cut. I'm guessing that these are the parts that I cut in order to make my computer project. Because the computer project, it wasn't 50 millimeters tall. It was a little less. I made it minimal. I made it minimum. All right. We've almost got our floor plate for all this stuff. Need 2 more. 1 of these. And then another 1 of these. Yeah, so no gaming tomorrow. I'm actually going to be trying to freaking fix my computer. These aren't $2. These are the makerbeam brackets. This is how you build this stuff. This is how it works. This is just how we do. This is how makerbeam do. Now you can do the bolt directly into the side of the next plate, but we're not trying to make this look pretty. We don't care about that. So I'm happy to have a bunch of external brackets. I've seen a lot of makerbeam computer cases in my day where they have all the brackets external and they make it look like a normal computer. Yeah, 80-20. 80-20 is too big for this project. Unless we were doing an actual factory layout. I mean, we're not. Spoilers. All right. Nuts. I feel like those are going to be the component that I run out of, even though I probably have some 2.5mm nuts somewhere. I don't have to buy their specific ones. I could probably just buy them by the bushel. Yeah, building stuff. We're actually building stuff physically in order to do a weird thing. And then that'll eventually lead us into being able to basically hack. It's not really a hack. We're trying to get that microcontroller to work with Arduino. I want it to work with Arduino, and I've said this before, because I'm dumb. I'm a big dumb, and I don't want to have to learn how to program a hardcore microcontroller with a hardcore ISP. I want a stupid Arduino that I can just plug into. People understand Arduino code. It's the common denominator that I need for the show to reach out to people who don't know all of the hardcore stuff. This is a lesson that the people over at AVR Geeks just seem to not be able to learn. And they're very hostile to new people. They're probably not that hostile to new people anymore. I haven't looked in there yet, because only just a modicum of hostility was enough for me to be like, nope, no thank you. I don't care what AVR dudes are doing anymore. Even though their code is probably fundamental to the Arduino functioning. We all feel the same with you on this. I mean, there are people who wish that we would all work with set up flags and registers and all that stuff, but I can't exist in that much of a niche. Since you already have looked in there, you're not a new people anymore. But I have new people questions all the time, and those are, actually this was actually answered by a photo bucket post 12 years ago where all the links are broken. How dare you? You're trying to do this. Don't do that. Do this completely different thing. Nietzsche? A niche? Niche. The other one that I'm not sure if people know about is divisive. I've heard people use decisive instead of divisive. Divisive. As in contentious. I'm gonna look that up and just make sure I'm doing it right. Divisive. People should do more vocab quizzes. Tending to cause disagreement or hostility. Divisive with a V. A big old V in the middle of that word instead of a C. Because decisive means that you've decided. This one is off. Why are you like this? A little English vocabulary goes a long way. Automaton. Not automaton. But I won't correct people on stuff like that because you never know. I've gotten my ass handed to me by people before by correcting that kind of stuff, because they'll go, actually, and then you get fucking slammed. You just get bodied because they know that they're using the right term. So best to just let it go. Work on your own. Work on your own stuff. Grammar can be so decisive. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. Base plate. I would love for the base plate to have something sticking out so that I can drop it onto the vise and then clamp it like that. But we need to hoist something that's going to pull these things through this cutting bit. My brain floweth over with just non-ideas. I could use brackets to hold this thing straight up in the air, either all the way on the edge or just off of it. And then we can use one of these rails as the bottom piece and then try to get the other parts. The ones that are, yeah, look at it. It's a rectangle. I don't think we're winning any awards with this thing, but hey. Yeah, irregardless, it is what it is. These are some things that really piss me off in terms of grammar. Gamer grammar. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Corner cubes. The problem is, in order to get fasteners into these things, I gotta pop them out. That's the annoying part. Well, actually, yeah, if I get fasteners anywhere on this, I need to pop it out anyway. So, I guess we are going to need a rail like that. Now, I do actually have hardware that can twist in the rails that might make this a little easier, but for the corner cubes, those are countersunk. So if I use corner cubes, I would countersink them. The brackets that come with 80/20, sorry, makerbeam, are like, they're like this. They're huge, right? They need a lot of space. And then I've got these, which I don't know where these came from. I don't know where these came from, but they like multiply. I keep finding them everywhere, and I use them in all kinds of stuff. But they're not meant for this type of stuff. But if I use it to hold this thing up, I guess that could work. But then if I do that, it could be off. It could be off in either direction. So a metal rectangle is its own reward. It's true. You know that, but the competition is pretty steep for the metal rectangle. So I don't know if we've got what it takes this year. And there's a lot of good entries that I've seen so far. Let me see here. Blah. That doesn't matter where it is there, as long as I just have that lower piece, and then I can somehow try to contain it within that. I need to figure out, because this is the off distance that I might need in order to put the rail behind it and in front of it. Let's get this hoisted first, I guess. What'll that be a matter of? Either corners or... because the further up I can put it, the closer I can get to cutting this vertically like that. So if we always cut at the bottom edge, then I can run it through 3 different directions. And we can just have an open top. And I'll just use a pushrod in order to run it through. So actually we need this to be a little taller. Perhaps a baller. Standoffs? Standoffs I think might be too weak. Well, they're the only option that I have. That or corner cubes. Those are my options. Corner cubes put it all the way up against that, and that height is just not... it's a little taller than that. Bring you guys back down. We need more dynamic camera angles. What'd you just call me? The fuck did you just call me? Call me nuts? What's your problem? Huh? You got a problem? What, do like vertical and then put that out front? That only pushes that out this way. And then I would need... not for the 6. We're setting up a saw rig to cut open these pumps. Like I said, these things, I've been going through them. So that's what we need to do. We need to, oh man, it smells like insulin now. We need to set up a rig that's going to allow me to pass all these through there and get all the circuit boards out of it. We got a couple of them, and I ruined my shot because the thermal camera fell out. That would have been a clippable moment. Now I'm sad. Okay, I thought I would be able to cut the top edge, but if we cut the bottom edge as it rolls through, then I can run this, and this, and then it's just a matter of popping off the plastic to get everything out. So if I can set that up so that this is able to do that, the alternative is to run them flat, but I don't think that'll work out. Yeah, well, that's interesting. Huh? I guess they fit almost within this weird distance that I've created. Nah. I don't think that'll work either. See, running them flat. Nah. Okay. So vertical it is. I'm going to do vertical. I think that makes it a little bit betterlier. So we'll run it vertical. I need to pop this up a little bit. I could use standoffs. I don't know how I do standoff to standoff on the thing and get it to screw in and hold. I don't think that really works. These I could also use, but these are a little bit less. These are a little bit weirder. These have a weird distance to them, which could work to our advantage. Because, like, see that offset there? Is, like, perfect. Wait a minute. Okay, so whatever we do, when we hoist that rail there, we'll use these in order to put the other rail further back, and then that'll make the distance that'll hold on to these things. Now, although these will get in the way. How do we not make them get in the way? How do they not get in the way? Like that? That's still very much in the way. That doesn't solve a damn thing. That doesn't actually solve anything. Maybe I can kind of have it come from behind like this. And then that'll offset the backing. And then two of the rails can be right next to one another like that. Let me set that up. Let's set that up before we put it on our floor plate. So corner cubes. In order to put them in the mid points of these things, I got to use these little like cleats that kind of sink in to the rail and allow me to have a threaded end. I don't know. I don't have a second saw. Why? What? Yeah, if I have a robot arm come in here and do the cut, then I could have had a robot arm come in and do the cut. Hey, come on. We're doing this because we don't have that kind of stuff. Here, I need these. These are like the shortest little countersinks ever. The reason that you need these is because the countersink puts the threads right at the outside of the cube, and there's not a whole lot of space left. So we only need a couple threads. In this case, it's 3 gripping onto this thing. But 3 threads on an M2.5 can actually take quite a bit of force. Actually a lot stronger than people really realize. So I'll put 1 on each end, and we'll just try that for right now. We're just trying stuff out. That's the whole point. The fuck just... Oh, no, I need that. I need the thing that just fell out. Hold on. Yeah, I don't want to use the Dremel either. The Dremel is definitely not getting used today because the Dremel is too sloppy. Too sloppy. I actually really dislike the Dremel because I don't like breathing stone dust generally. You know, that's kind of like, as a human being, I don't really like stone dust in my lungs. That familiar stone dust smell, but it's also loud and vibraty, and it also creates a huge mess. So we're using this guy right here. This saw, it will just basically eliminate the plastic without turning it into like a caustic powder. It'll just slice it away as I throw it through our mechanism, our evil mechanism. We're basically being Rob-Oz with this Fallout, but to insulin pumps. Kosis? How do you think you've achieved being so smart? I mean, that's intellectual curiosity is part of it. I don't really consider myself smart. Usually not the smartest person in the room sometimes, as much as I can help. But I don't know, man. You know, you get good at one subject. I'm just good at one subject. I don't know what this is. What is this? There's like part of a fastener that's broken off into this one. I need to get it out of there. The Dremel would cut your finger off. No, wouldn't. Could have used. What are you talking about? We used one last time. We used one last time because I had a little bit of trouble getting into the outer enclosure. And while this did do a good job, I just don't want it to be part of this setup. If I really wanted to do like what you were suggesting and use multiple saws, I could take that Dremel. I have something that can mount basically the hand wand for the Dremel, and I could probably have put it on like another piece of this sort of slide, right? So it could slide and do both of these cuts. I mean, you can also set up machine stuff that does 2 cuts at once. But getting like a vertical axis, I don't know how I do that. I mean, I guess there's I have some linear slides, so I could set it up so that you do a chop at the end and that would do it. But I don't, that's not, we don't need that. Put it on the end of like a lever arm so that when I push it through, it'll linearly move the Dremel across. That'd be silly. That would be silly. It'd be fun, but I don't think we have the resources to run something like that right now. I think this is a plastic screw that's stuck in here. I don't know how I'm going to get it out. I could go clockwise from the other end. So these are the little things that kind of trip you up when you do stuff like this. Like stuff you'd never expect to have to do. Like fish a fastener out of something like that. We'll only use that if we absolutely have to. Yeah, I need 2 more of these pairs, so I'll just steal this one. See if we can't find another cleat that doesn't have something shoved into it at the moment. There you go. Yeah, the other setup that I have with the Dremel is, oh, there was one sitting right here. Okay, whatever. The other cool thing that I had with the Dremel was for cutting the floor plate of my computer. And what I did is I set up a whole bunch of the makerbeam, and I still have it. It's sitting in the corner with that Dremel wand, because carbon fiber does not really like to be cut with much else than a cutting wheel. The stone cutting wheel is a very effective way to get good carbon fiber cuts, and since I am me, I don't trust me to be doing that kind of stuff and have it look good, so I set up a jig that held on a piece of linear rail that cutting the like Dremel wand. We almost got it. We almost got a good cut out of it. We were so close. And it started walking at the end. Stuff came loose at the end of the cut. I spent all this time vetting it out, using machine gauges and stuff to make sure that it was completely accurate and straight and true. And we went to make the cut, and the fucking thing wandered. I was so disappointed. Luckily, it's not that visible in the computer, and I have another sheet that I'm going to do again once we fix the mill for the new computer project, the water-cooled computer project. So that'll be much better. But man, that was disappointing to put all that work into it, and then at the 11th hour, it just decided to eat itself. It was like, well, I've had my fun. I'm out. See, that's kind of low on the actual thing, but we'll see what we can come up with for the other rail, because it's this would be all over the place, right? Yeah, I know. And then there's going to be a new one, and a new one, and then a new. I'm gonna see if I can put a standoff on this. Where am I? I have little standoffs I think they're M2.5. Little brass ones that I think will work. Let's see here. Where's that drawer? Where are my brass standoffs? What have you done with it, chat? I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you for hiding my brass standoffs. If I can't find them, then you'll have to find them. Hold on, this is not. I need a smaller piece of fastener there, of plastic Velcro. I must find my standoffs. Oh, they're there. They're there. I found them. A lot of news. Yeah, yeah. It's a fairly recent project. It garners that many new modifiers on it. They're in the walls with Grandma. Grandma's in the walls. Why is it that no matter how much I clean up my shop, I end up in this location right here? It has a little bit to do with the fact that you guys are up there on the monitor right there, and that's where I can read what you're doing. But as I work, I get pushed in this direction constantly. I'm gonna move some stuff over here. Hopefully not cause a giant avalanche that'll kill me. And they'll never find me. They'll never know. They'll never know, and rumors of my legacy will flood the internet for a brief time before they're ultimately forgotten. And I am indeed just dust blowing over an open grave because he had the audacity to be over a certain age on the internet. And it wasn't 30. It was beyond 30. Oh my God, he's so old. All right, let's move this all the way over here. There, that gives us a little bit of space. In fact, it gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more inches. 5 inches is a lot to work with, chat, all right? It's a lot. It depends on who you're asking. Oh my God, there's so many of these fucking things. You know, the more I held off on doing this, the more of these there are. Just wait until next year. No. No, I'm gonna make a stasis chamber. How's it going, Three Mares? It's been a little while. Three Mares has been very busy. It happens. People get busy and we don't see them on stream, but this is my this is like my birthday hangover stream, right? Wallreps has been around. I've seen Wallreps on a stream by stream basis. So yeah, we're hey, what's up, Pixie? We're working on putting I'll pause here and sort of reiterate what we're working on today, because we're doing like a birthday hangover. Yesterday was my birthday. I decided not to stream because I didn't want to go crazy. It was your birthday. Yeah, it was, just very recently. Busy with mares. Yes, who could have guessed? Yeah, I'm here. I'm a year older. Get over it. I'm not. Sorry, I'm getting a little incontinent as you know, age related. Anyway, yeah, so we're working on not burn the subs today. Generally, I would like to be spending most of my time working on burn the subs. This is something that I've wanted to get to because I am on this new insulin pump, and I just recently, on Monday, I had my endocrinologist appointment, which is the diabetes doctor. Nothing but good news. Everything, all the levels that were supposed to be down are down. All the levels that were supposed to be up are up. I'm full of testosterone and moxie and piss and vinegar, but I am burning through these motherfuckers like you wouldn't believe. This is an insulin pump. This is an entire insulin pump. The way insulin pumps used to, and still do, work is that you have a motor that is pressing on a cylinder. So the motor presses on the cylinder, right? It presses on that cylinder, right? Over and over. Well, it does it once, but there's a mechanism within the insulin pump that will advance a cylinder that will then inject insulin. And it does that through a tube, a long tube that will find every doorknob in your house. It goes to an adhesive patch that is a plastic tube that's under the skin. So what they do is you put a needle in your body, unclip the needle, pull it out, there's a tube left. You clip on the insulin pump stuff, you got the tube that's all primed with insulin in it, and then you have a little device that has a motor in it that advances the insulin. And that is your pancreas. And that will find every doorknob in your house, like I said. Alternatively, there are some other interesting technologies. This one is the alternative to that, and I'm sure there are others too, but this hangs out on an adhesive patch on your body. When you use this thing, what you do is you fill it with insulin, it beeps at you and starts searching for a pairing with Bluetooth Low Energy. I can then, because I'm running a certain special piece of software, AAPS, Android Auto Pancreas System, I can then tell this thing that I am starting a new pump. And once it pairs, this thing will start priming in that it'll start turning a drum. And it does that using memory wire. So it'll heat up 2 different sides of memory wire and move a little mechanism back and forth, and that rotates a drum. And the rotating of the drum does everything on this pump. The rotating of the drum will snap a spring that grabs onto a collar that will advance a plunger. The rotating of the drum also, while it moves that plunger forward, it will actually expose a flat spot to a little pawl, P-A-W-L, that clicks up and releases a massive spring that will hit you in the body with a sharpened needle that has a plastic tube around it. As it does that, the plastic tube gets caught on a spring, like a spring sheet, that'll hold the plastic tube at length. So the plastic tube gets injected under your body and then held in place. As that spring then retracts, because it's going in a 180-degree kind of thing, as it retracts, it goes back into a resting position, leaving the needle inside of the plastic tube, but the plastic tube is what's going under the skin. So as that plunger advances from there, it will be injecting insulin. This holds a little less insulin than the traditional insulin pump that I described earlier. So yeah, every 2 to 3 days, and it's actually closer to 2. It might even be a little less than 2. I'm swapping out one of these for a new one. And that's my insulin usage is not totally atypical. I don't have access to the super fast acting insulins. I'm just on Humalog. And so I use a certain amount of insulin throughout the day. When I do a big meal, I'll just manually inject insulin. That'll make these last just a little longer so that I have extra supplies. Because if anything goes wrong with this, you rip it off, throw it out, start another one. That's this whole scheme. Now, it may seem wasteful, but with a regular insulin pump, you are throwing away just about as much stuff as you are with this one. But the interesting thing is, as I'm throwing away 3 batteries, 3 coin cell batteries, as well as a bunch of other plastic stuff, I'm also throwing out this circuit board. And the cool thing about this circuit board is that it has a chip on it that we have a data sheet for. So in my mind's eye, what I consider something that would be cool and fun and interesting for me to do is to turn this little chippy thingy into something like this, into sort of a development board. And I figure I can get just an absolute fucking ton of the circuit boards printed once we figure out, what we're doing. And then I'll have a little Bluetooth low energy microcontroller that's pretty powerful. A compute cluster out of insulin pumps. I don't know if that's, I don't go make a code cracker. It gets more powerful as I age. No, I would rather just make like a little microcontroller development board. And if I get enough of these saved up, maybe I could even sell them. But yeah, so I mean, whatever. The state of Pennsylvania has helped me pay for these things. And so I've got tons of these little chips. And I think this is the only part that I can really save. I don't have much to do with nichrome wire, I feel like diabetes Arduinos would be good because it's a hell of an overpowered MCU. Well, I mean, yeah, this thing, I don't know what kind of power this thing has, but man, it does Bluetooth low energy and it runs a pump, so it can probably do enough, It's also got a story behind it, which I think that's one of the more interesting parts about sort of the concept behind this project, is that it's got a little bit of a story behind it, and I think that's kind of important. So what we're trying to do right now, so it's like, why are we playing with makerbeam today? Because it seems a little weird, right? You're just playing with makerbeam. I'm playing with makerbeam because what I'd like to do is I'd like to set up my milling machine. I have a Sieg X3, otherwise known as the Grizzly Go463, a very basic mill. But if I can set up some tooling and clamp this into it, and then have my side cutter, which is like not illuminated. I don't have my, oh, let me get my light a little closer. And then I can have this side cutter with a blade come in and just zip away the plastic right there in this corner. And then I can flip it and do the other corner. And then I can flip it and do the top. And then I can just pop them open one after the other. And then we can get the hot air station going and start getting the chips off. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. And so what I'm trying to do is set up a little thing that I can clamp in my vise that will allow me, not by hand, I'll use like a piece of beam as a push rod and just push these things through and get them through the saw. I did a half-mile practically jog with the dog today, by the way. That's the other part of the health equation that's sort of working out for me, is that I got a new dog, and she's super cute, but she's also very, very active. So I've had to be very, very active as well. I've had to keep up with this pup. Keep up, pup. So I've been getting a lot of good exercise and everything. It's good. It's a good scene. How will I attach two standoffs to hold this thing up at a distance? I don't think that really works that way. I think maybe I need to build another one of these and do one up this way as a backing. That's so much stuff though. Maybe I could just do two brackets on it and just hold it vertically. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do like a vertical bracket coming up off of this just as another rail to slide against. I'm hoping this project works out. I mean, it's one of those weird ideas that we have here. It's kind of our modus operandi. I can't keep using those phrases. It's kind of what we do here, right? We come up with these weird ideas and sort of execute them well. I think it has potential. It's just how confusing is it going to be to set up the Arduino IDE and you know, get this thing loading code and figure out where the USBs are going and stuff. What up, Turts? Mares is here as well. So's Pixie. And Walrus. And Chiomi-san. Every time I say that, it's like a whole workout. I'll have to figure out how to say your screen name easier. I feel like if I do these like this, it'll give it enough room so that it's being held on both ends, right? Like this'll push it out a little bit. But if I do that, then this bracket corner is getting in the way. I can try to hug it and put it like that, but that's not really gonna do. I feel like that's the perfect distance though. I need it to be like a weird corner cube or to be lower profile somehow. All right, let me try to do the riser here. I think the way to go is just going to do bracket. Well, the problem is these use so many screws. So many. Yeah, there really isn't a better way. Unless I do outside and then I have a thing that I can slide up and down. That's too much. It's going too far. Gone too far in a few places. What else do I have in the bin? Not much. And there are some standoffs in the bin, but I don't know what I'd do with those because I don't think they work too well for that. No, they don't. They don't work that well. And then these standoffs, I think they're too long. Oops, wait, there's a thing in that one. Try this. That doesn't work. If I had been saving all of my... I always thought about making a sculpture out of all of the supplies, because what I used to get these waxy plungers that were designed to fill up the insulin pump reservoir, and the waxy plunger you could take a lighter to and it would just start kind of cooking, and then you could squish it up against stuff because it was kind of like a medical wax. It was very weird. But yeah, I could have made all kinds of like weird stuff, like sculptures out of all of my old supplies. And I think a few artists have actually done that. I think they have made sculptures out of, you know, all the medical waste. I think I saw one thing on the Reddit that had that. Good scales for a massive armadillo. They're expensive, and you wouldn't even see the cool part about them. Now we're gonna try to turn this into an army of microcontrollers. I think that's the cooler project. I'm just trying to think of like two things. I want to stand off up here and then make another plate that's going to hold a front rail. Then again, that front rail might get in the way. So it would have to actually be shorter. Trying to think. I'm not good at it. How's this going to go together, chat? I can't figure this out. 2 standoffs and then 2 brackets at the top. Standoffs aren't short enough. They need to be close, so it's got to be these again. So get 2 of these. Yeah, well, just one problem at a time. Let's tackle this systematically, not systemically. System by system, not system by system. I actually could use these wacko things. Let's use the weird ones. Oh, no worries. You could even just turn off the stream and I think you'd be better for it. All right, let's get some of the fasteners on this thing, and then we can hold up that second rail that's going to just kind of hold the back of the pump body. I mean, I guess I could do it so that I make like a cradle for the pump and then send it on a linear rail, and then I'd have to load it each time. I have this plastic stuff where if you heat it up with the heat gun, you can mold it to stuff, and then it'll kind of hold on to it. So you can make like a mold that you can then put in the vise. But I don't know if that's going to be strictly necessary for this. Let's just continue to make the backing here. So I need 4 on one and then 2 on the other. Some of these are rounded. I don't know what those are doing in my bin. Another one. Historically, I've only thrown out, I think, 2 or 3 of these. I've kept all the others. So if we can make a viable use out of the old pumps, I'll be super happy. One there. Using the weird looking bracket just because I can. It's just because I have this kind of stuff. All right, let's see here. So yeah, this is makerbeam. It's fun stuff. I don't know how I'm gonna hold this thing up a little bit from this base plate. I gotta figure that one out too. But once we get the mechanism that's gonna allow these things to slide horizontally, we can then figure out the other part. I don't want anything catching the pump, because I'd rather just send them through from one end to the other and have them drop out on the other side. I just like set it up so that they drop into a bin. I see, I'm just gonna do that. This up on that. So 2 more. God, this thing burns through your screws, doesn't it? I have some other projects that I really want to get to, including some lighting things that I'd love to do. I have this, I bought it, it's just like an Amazon buy, but it was a, no, these are makerbeam, so they're actually kind of expensive. They're actually a little bit more expensive, but I have this lighting like chandelier that I'd like to make, because I have this acrylic, it's like an extrusion that can fit, I think it's a 5mm LED strip, and then it has a an acrylic like just a section of acrylic on it that makes it cast light out in a nice, kind of a nice cool it basically looks like stuff from Human Revolution, Deus Ex, there we go. Jeez, it looks like Deus Ex style like chandelier stuff, but I think it would make a really cool piece of lighting equipment. My phone buzzed again. How much do you want to bet that that's another fucking political text? have so much stuff to do on my car tomorrow. And I'm going to guess that there's going to be all kinds of tricks and turns as I do it. Vote for Big Meteor. That's right. Just rip it off like a Band-Aid. Vote Big Meteor. Not Big Meat Eater. That's a different, that's another candidate entirely. There. So that's what we're going to slide up against. Pretty cool. It's coming together. There's a little park bench for insulin pumps. And now this down here is nice and exposed. So I suppose what I would really like for this to just fall out of the front, you know, and then get towed out of the environment. But if I can hoist that other one, the other rail in the right spot to hold on to this, I was hoping that I could cut the top, but I would like, I mean, cutting the bottom would be ideal for getting that done. You vote tomorrow? Oh, you egg stabs. I don't know when the voting happens. I've already mailed it in. And these fuckers are so desperate that they're texting me every 2 minutes. Oh, never mind. That was ADHD Degenerate trying to talk to me. Fucking weirdo. If you guys don't know, ADHD Degenerate does an actual pyrography stream. He actually burns wood with like a wood burner and is artistic and has talent, unlike me. So you guys should check him out if you get a chance. Okay, let's see. So we need a rail to be in front of this thing. I don't think this is a great idea, even though I think the distance is perfect. All right. And like, yeah, that would hold that up, but that's silly. Could do that. Do a couple brackets there and then hold this, and that would hold it a little higher up, which would be good. I can't get, well, I guess I can slide these inwards if I need to. So that's how we can hold that there. So we have 3 of these. I don't like the fact that it's only going to be held up on one end by these weird-ass brackets that I don't know where they came from. I'm honest about that. I don't know where these came from. Screwing makerbeams is art. I guess we could consider it art. They've made us the opposite of art. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of thinking, a lot of stinking thinking going on here. I got to figure out how to get these distances right within the tools that I've been given. Try to make this all in makerbeam. I could stand off another rail by just using a longer screw, but how's that going to work? Let me think about that. I mean, I can use washers. I don't like the idea of using washers there. What if I did that? No, that doesn't really work. Well, I would have to fasten it down first, and then I could do it like that, and then I could fasten it down on the other end. I'm overly complicating this. Why so many pumps? It's a disposable insulin pump, and I, in the continuation of my life, happen to go through the supplies to keep myself from dying, so we end up with a bunch. Let me just try this. So if I do this, and then a corner cube, and then a bracket, like that. This is kind of a weird thing that I'm trying out. Let's see. A weird way of putting it all together. One. Well, so each pump, I don't even know if know what you're asking. It's like the question is phrased weird. It's like asking somebody with a car, how many uses do you get out of that car? The insulin pump holds 200 units of insulin. 200 units of insulin lasts me not that long. It's like a couple days. So each one of these, a few days, and then it's gone. And then you throw it out. And I don't, philosophically, that's not great. So what I'm doing is trying to extract the microcontrollers from these. And so that requires me to drop my Allen wrench on the floor. Yeah, I had to kind of like infer the question from from the typical types of questions here. So anyway, what I would like to do is get the microcontroller out of these, and then I can actually find like a use for them. and we can do our part to steward in the environmental catastrophe that's going to blanket the next century on this planet. Anyway, okay, so I could do that. I could do bracket like that, and that'll hold us to the base plate and give us a little bit of a standoff, and then I'll space that out. The question is, where's it going to space it out? You got the exclamation point on the wrong side. Put it on the other side. It's command. So let's try that with a bracket attached to it and see what that does for our slidey insulin pump. This isn't exactly adjustable, you know? That's the only problem with it, is I'm not really making it adjustable. But if it cradles the thing properly, then we'll be in good shape. So the problem is, this is using up a lot of these little inserts, and I guess I got a bunch of them. I must have decommissioned something, because I remember running out of these. I remember running out of these little brackets. These little bastards. Ran out of them. Sometimes these don't fit properly, too. They don't slide in the rail. Need this. Need another one of those. Need another one of those. Where the hell? Oh, they're hard to see. 2 of those, and then I need 2 more of the little insert brackets. Which is why I'm running out of them. I keep insisting on using them. They just mount everything a little closer, you know? I end up burning through like as many of these. I don't have the ability to do this. Let's see. 1 more. Watch them out. I'm like fresh out. I don't have any more. That's what it's starting to look like. It's starting to look like I might not have another one of those. There's one. I see it. I see it. I see it. Come here. I still have to do a plugin that fades chat out for when it's slow, because it gets slow in here. It gets so slow and lonely. But I need to have chat like fade out so that you know, one wayward comment doesn't stick up for like 7 hours of stream. Guess you guys can just deal with it, but okay, so I'm gonna mount these corner cubes first. God damn it, I just lost that fastener. All right, it's fine, it's fine, I got plenty of them. That went in like that. Here, you guys can actually see what I'm doing, which is flailing. I'm flailing, that's what I'm doing professionally. What we do here. That's just the right thing to do. Where are corner cubes? So the corner cubes that I've been using are ones that have just kind of like hung around. Now I need to actually go into the bin that has all the other fasteners on it. All the other makerbeam stuff. I have a 3rd makerbeam bin we now need to access. It's this guy. Nope, absolutely not that one. This one. I do want to get back to the optical table too. The optical table experiments that we were doing were really cool. They had a lot to do with science, and I've got all this cool stuff that we can utilize. I feel like we kind of failed that pretty hard, and I think it was the coherency of the green laser was just not up to the task. We could use the tube laser, the red laser that I have, the tube red laser, and maybe we could get good results with that. I'm hoping that we can, because it would be very cool to just basically prove that the Earth is indeed flat by virtue of the 15 degree per hour rotation. It's funny though, the flat earthers, they've got an interesting thing about, like, they have an out on that one. There's actually a very easy out on that one. The 15 degrees per hour doesn't say anything about the curvature of the Earth, right? It just means that we're spinning. So they can just entirely ignore the results. In the documentary that I watched, they ended up just being like, we're still working on that. They just basically shelved it. Just put it on a shelf. Don't talk about it anymore. All right, so what we're doing is we are now putting a bracket into either side of this. I'm just using the bracket as a spacer, but I will hold the brackets down on either end here. Of course, that's not straight and true with the rest of the stuff, though. You can hold it down like over here. And that way it'll be at least marginally straight. I just need it to go through very flatly so that it can get cut, essentially. All right, so let's give this a shot. Let's put this like this with this and some of these. There's one. I need one more of the little... Oh, wait, no, we're not using little shorty ones. I'm using the slightly longer countersunk bits. Hey, get back here. Flat Earth documentary had the most epic, interesting moment. Yeah, I can't believe what the results are. They tried to ask the camera to cut the part out of the movie. That's when they had a light at a distance. They bought a big light, and they had it at a big distance. And what they were going to do is, if the Earth was flat, the light would be able to go through the holes of poster boards that they were holding up, using sea level as a reference. But if the Earth is round, then it won't go through that because there's curvature involved. And so what they did is they set up this whole thing where they were, you know, they go out there with their walkie-talkies and they're miles away from each other, and they hold up this light, and they hold up their, like, poster boards with the holes in it, and they don't get any light through it. You know, well, that's weird. I mean, look, if it was curved, then if you held up your sign a little bit, we'd probably be able to see it on our end. Why don't you try holding up your sign, and then it lights up, and they go, huh, that's weird. Hey, could you not show this on the documentary? You got the wrong results. The problem with this flat Earth crap is that these people are using proper scientific criticism. They're using the scientific method. They've got the bug. They've got the scientific curiosity to question these things that are very widely accepted, but then they fall short of the last step, which is part of realizing that your setup is not correct and that perhaps, you know, the reality is slightly different. They don't do that last step. That last step doesn't happen. So, but they are intellectually curious, right? They got that part. It's not bad. It's too close. Okay, I suspected this would happen. It's too close. The space of this bracket is not quite enough to... So let's retool that. Let's rethink that one. This is what the makerbeam's all about, is that we can try this stuff out. What's up, Copper? How you doing? Jaren's reaction... Oh, which one? Yeah, I don't remember. I remember just that one little part of it. And I did watch the whole documentary. I'll have to watch it again. But I wanted to make a ring laser gyroscope, and we got pretty close. We got an interference pattern. It just wasn't doing the interference pattern wasn't altering as we were twisting. Part of it was that my setup was only able to do this. So, oh, he's the one who ran this experiment. Yeah. Yeah, they unfortunately they run into that moment where you go, huh, that's weird. They run into that a lot. Flat Earthers are funny. They had two pictures of the Earth, I think one from the ISS and one from an Apollo mission. And they said these pictures prove at least one of them is fake. Photos taken from higher and shows a bigger part of the Earth, which is expected if the Earth is round. That's weird. I know they think that only Earth is flat, so it's like really awkward. We have one disc-shaped world and all the other planets are round. Yeah, they had, I mean, what was there? There was the low-hanging fruit, right? If you want to make fun of these people, at one of their conferences, they said they have the thing that said, like, speakers from around the globe. Yeah, it's easy to do that stuff, but, I mean, they're almost getting the right answer, but everything else is, like, not well, yeah, whatever. It looks like these can brace the bottom of this. That's actually just the right distance. That's interesting. This is just the right distance to hold on to the bottom piece. So if I can get a rail at the top that'll hold it still, maybe we can do that. Mouth pain, what are you doing? What? Okay, hold on. Let me, oh, God, I have my vaccine on Wednesday, by the way. We'll see how I'm feeling on Thursday. I'll probably be fine, but the last one made me pretty tired. And I think this one's kind of a doozy because I'm getting them all at once. They're just it's the Mr. Burns method of just getting all the bugs in at once so they all bunch up at the door. And then they can't continue. Yeah, you can live on the disk, but all the other ones are unacceptable. Yeah, everybody just assumes that the Earth is round. These are the only people that are actually doing the work to try to prove otherwise. So like, oh man, this is frustrating. That is like the perfect grip that I wanted. That is how I wanted to hold it. That's actually the perfect dimension. So these weird ass brackets coming from below can hold that up, but if I put something there, that's going to interfere. And it'll also wobble in the other parts. We're going to get the moon wobble, and then it'll fly off the planet. So, I mean, on both ends of where it's actually going to perform the cut, I can put that there, and then that'll hold that steady for the actual cutting. That's an annoying coincidence. So if that dimension is perfect, this one interferes. I don't think there's any other way that I can do this. God damn it. Hold a rail up top and then do that, and then it'll hold that. It'll work! We're getting there. We're getting there. Tasty flying pizza, yeah. Yeah, but I think it's fun to do that, like especially using the physics of optics in order to ascertain that the Earth is in fact moving at a very slow, well, relativist, relativity, whatever. We can call it slow, and I can be right. But the Earth is actually moving slowly and spinning around. I love that. I can use just pure physics in order to prove that. One came in as an interviewer at work one time, this flat Earth there. Oh my God. Yeah, that's like, especially like, like an academic kind of deal. It's like I can't trust you to, like, I don't know. I can't even trust you to like not forward an email to a place that you shouldn't, like a chain letter, because you for some reason you're able to put your fingers in your ears and ignore some pretty righteous science that's gone on centuries ago. Side cuts. Would it not be easier to hold the sides and cut the top and bottom and then the middle and open it like a door? No. I'm still doing the side cuts. That's how the mill is set up. I'm trying to get through the mechanics of this right now. Because if I hold this here, here, let's get you guys a little closer. Yeah, I've been working on this for 3 hours. I'm not going to change my whole philosophy on it. I'll move these a little further apart, but having that be the area that I'm pushing it through. So I'll go through this way, and that'll make that cut, and then it can drop out, and I can go through this way, and then that'll make that cut, and then it'll drop out. So if I put a rail up here, can I get close enough in? No. No, I can't. Nope, no, I can't. I cannot. I will need something sticking out up here. I don't know if I can swing that. It would be easier if I could put like a rail there. That would be like that. Well, I can't put a rail there. I can do this. If I could get this to this distance, like this. Get that the same thing on the top too. I don't know how I do the one on the top. What is an Omnipod? That's this thing right here. Omnipods are a disposable insulin pump that I happen to have a couple of. I happen to have a couple Omnipods. These are every 2 or so days. It's supposed to be 3. Every 2 or so days I need another one of these things in order to be my external pancreas that is held on by a piece of Band-Aid style adhesive. I rip the adhesive off and then I toss these into a bin. These things are insulin pumps. They contain 200 units of insulin, and they are Bluetooth low energy devices, which means that I can control everything from, hello? From my cellular phone. My cellular phone is communicating with Bluetooth low energy to both a constant glucose monitor and the insulin pump. And so I have a phone and I have 2 adhesive patches on my body, and that's running all of my diabetes instead of having an external pump that has a big tube on it that can get caught on stuff. Problem with these things is that they are indeed disposable. And so when I'm throwing this thing out, I'm throwing away a lot of technology. I would like to retain some of that technology and use it for my own evil purposes. So what I'd like to do is get all of these little circuit boards out of all of that trash over there and take these chips and use them on a dev board. So I think that should be pretty cool. We are trying to build a device or a set of holders that will allow me to take the pump, put it on this thing, and just send it through. And I want to send it through on the milling machine. So this will go in the vise, and this will be held up in some way, shape, or form, and the milling machine will have this side cutting bit in it. So I can run the side cutting bit and just shove this thing through the mechanism, and then on the other end, we'll have all of the cuts done sort of in a factory manner. What that will allow me to do is send this thing through 3 times and have 3 different cuts performed on it to cut this side, and the top. And that way I can come in with a screwdriver, pop off all the plastic, get the innards out, separate the circuit boards much faster than if I did individually cut all of those. Although, to be honest, by now I probably would have gone through all of them with a Dremel, and I probably could have gotten it done by now. OctoJ, 62 months. That's a lot of yeeing that you're doing there without saying howdy. 62 months. Thank you, OctoJ. Oh my God. Did you guys know that we had a moderator here called OctoJ at one point in time? Yeah, it's a lot more fun this way. You're right. You're right. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out the mechanics of this thing, and you know, I'm an electrical engineer. I'm not a mechanical engineer. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So we're kind of bumbling our way through it, trying to get it done, trying to see what we can get done. I just don't want to put my fingers in this whole setup, you know? But I need a little bit more height if we're going to bottom. So I'm figuring if we cut the bottom part when it's going through this, we cut the bottom part. That way I can flip them over, cut the bottom part, flip them up, cut the bottom part. So that's the idea. Yeah, I've been stateside. Yeah, it's been in the States. State to state, by the state. I don't know if that collet isn't going to allow this to... Hold on a minute. I gotta check something out. I gotta figure something out. I don't know if the collet is going to actually help us do this. One sec. It's about optimization. Yeah, not being efficient. Well, I could do the Dremel setup on this too. I could probably use the Dremel to... The linear setup that I have for the Dremel can also handle that. I can use the shuck, and that gets out of the way a little bit because it's tapered up here. Got a hacksaw. I do. I found my miter box too. So yeah, we're trying to have fun with that today. Just doing something silly. What direction opens here? What direction is it gonna be? There you go. Okay, so that will... Yeah, that'll hold on to that. This is how it's gonna be. This is how we can get this in the mill. Weird. Yeah, I know. I don't have the belt sander hooked up. So I just want to do something stupid. The belt sander really would do this very quickly, but it would be a big mess. I mean, the easiest way to do this would be to set up what is it, the router in like a router table, and then I could just have that little cutting corner of the router and just go zoit, 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 and just be done. But I'm doing this in a dumb way, and you guys will have to tolerate it. So that's what I want. I want this to be held like that, and then I can't get a rail on the other side of that then? Actually, I don't even know if there's room for the pump. Hold on a minute. Before we get too far into it, I need to vet out all the mechanical stuff. Make sure that I can actually cut this thing properly, and this thing is hoisted from above. That's like that. Yeah, there's like barely enough room to fit the pump through. So it'd have to be like a broken rail. Ah, it's not really going to work, is it? I don't want to create all the dust of that, you know? Don't want to create all the dust, but I need something to hold on to the front of this thing, and it's not looking good. It's not looking like I have the what it takes, unless I put this at the very end, and this is just like a delivery method. It just, for the very end of it, it just holds it in place, and then it sharts it out the other side, and that might be the way to do it. Because I don't know how else I can... History cleared itself when it was in state for 2 months. Can't find my bot list anymore. Huh. Yeah, I think we need to like revamp the bots at some point. We need to go through those because there's like Twitch has like changed stuff. I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it all still works. Thinking. I'm thinking. If I held a bunch of these down and just used the end mill on it, I could just run it through, but you have a list? People have these things. What are you people doing in my chat? Why are you here? Get out of here, all of you. If I just held it like this, and I had like a bar down the center of these, like if I was able to just clamp them down like this, I could do like 5 at a time and just run the end mill on them. Side cutter is much cleaner. It's going to create less waste. I refuse. Okay. You're allowed that. You're allowed that. I mean, if I do a bar like this and keep it like this, I could do an end mill on the thing, and I could just push them, because I could do like a like an end mill just hanging out over here, and then I can just throw this thing forward, and it won't fall out. I wanted it to fall out. Yeah, medical stuff, but not exactly medical stuff. We're just trying to get circuit boards out of the thing. I'm trying to make it cute. I'm trying to make like a whole setup where I can push the pump through the thing and have it zip off the right part. And then I can just reorient it and do it again. I think the best way to do that, though, is going to be horizontally, isn't it? So this isn't enough to hold that, is it? That's actually close. That is actually close. If I put another rail out here, I mean, that's actually... This is already set up to hold it. All I need to do is 1, 2, 3, or like, not even that, just like 1 or 2. Ah. We're trying to steal MCUs from medical stuff. Damn right. Damn Skippy. So if I set it up to have the end mill out here and push them along flat, well, it would need to index on this. If it indexes on this, it's all the same distances. So that would do that, that would do that. Unless I have it index on the other end, but then when I flip it like this, it wouldn't work. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a square. That's the annoying part. It's a powerful little chip. Yeah, are you in the Discord? I don't know if you're in the Discord, Maze. I need to find... I think I have it pulled up in a window somewhere, but I need to put that into the Discord, that datasheet link. Because, yeah, it's a cool little chip. I just need to make it Arduino compatible. Man, this sucks. I'm not having a good time anymore. I'm struggling to think of the mechanics that I was going to set up, but a lot of stuff is in the way to make this method a lot harder. Don't use Discord. Okay, do I have it pulled up somewhere here? I just don't want to lose it. Yeah, there it is. I got it right here. I'll do it myself. I'll just transfer it over right now to my project section. Oh my god, it's the project section of the Discord stream projects. Paste. Bonk. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, I wanna actually cut some stuff today. We've been doing this too long. How can I do this? If I use an end mill, it will make a mess, but I can deal with that mess. Mess is going to get all over this thing. But if we do it horizontally like this, well, yeah, that means that I can get the end mill a lot closer. So all we need to do is do 2 brackets on these. So I can do 2 of them like that directly on it. Okay, all right. Rethinking it. We're doing it horizontal. But not because chat said to, because I want to. It's not. I'm making my own decisions. You guys, whatever, you know, whatever. Hello. So I need a base plate where these things are going to slide from. So that'll be 2 rails like that, and then the sides like this. And then I can have things that'll hold on to them from above. End mill seems less likely to shoot them across the shop. So if you control the direction, you gotta have the direction proper. End mill will do the same thing. It'll do the same thing because it's spinning in the same way. It's just that my end mills I can get a lot closer. The end mills I can maneuver better than this thing. This thing makes an extremely clean slot. This would make a really nice cut if we could get this to do that. It is the proper tool to do this, but an end mill will also eat away at this material just fine. It's just that we need to somehow maneuver this stuff through the end mill, and it'll be kicking around and stuff. So I need to grip basically the entire side of this thing. But how can I hold on to that like that? Why are you guys doing this? What's going on? What am I missing? That looks like the thing they removed the tops of skulls with. Yeah, probably. Probably a little similar. I'm gonna take this privilege away from you guys. God. We can't have nice things around here. You guys are just making fart noises all the time. What is this? The great off-gassing, yeah. This is, by the way, if you guys don't know, in this shop, I've created an actual physical device, what contains basically a dollar store fart noise maker. It is hooked up to the Twitch API, because we can only do mature things with the Twitch API. We've hooked it up to the Twitch API, and it gets channel point redemptions. So when you redeem channel points, custom channel points, there's only one. We haven't programmed it to do any other kind of redemption. But when you redeem channel points, they become gas, basically. They trigger a fart. Why is this not tightening? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. And it is an actual physical... This is stripped. What's going on here? It's an actual physical device. It's sitting over there. Didn't look stripped. I just wasn't getting any torque. You're the only channel where I don't have a buttload of channel points. Yeah, people are too dumb to come up with good channel point redemptions. You know, you got to incentivize people to use them. But yeah, the thing is, like, sometimes you won't be able to hear it. Sometimes it'll be quiet or loud, or, you know, it like varies, because it's not just a funny SFX that I have going into OBS. It is an actual device that sits over there. It's actually magnetically attached to my computer at the moment, to the streaming computer. That one, I think that one's stripped. I think that's a ruined cleat, which is not good, because I don't think I have enough cleats to pull this off. Nor do I really have a good way of mounting these things properly. Oh my god, this is becoming more and more annoying. This is really starting to wear me down, getting this right. How can I do this properly? I was hoping that I could just set up this on either side and just have it slide that way, but it also needs to hold on to it a little better than it is. So I'd need something over here to like press it down, and that would hit it up against both of these. And I'm already seeing too many of the corner things in here because one of them is stripped already, and I need one more in order to make the other one of these. Okay, let's keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Problem is, you got to fight the good idea fairy here. Good idea fairy is always fluttering down and saying, hey, why don't you do it this way? And you're like, huh, that'd be a good idea. And that's how they get you. That's how they get you. It would be cool if the fart sound was hooked up to an automatic fart spray. Ha 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 ha. No. No, absolutely not. I'm not gassing myself. I don't know why people seem to expect that of me, that I would do something like that. How would you like it if you got sprayed in the face when somebody did a channel point redemption? Well, don't answer that question. There's all kinds of weirdos on the internet. It's I'm not gonna spray myself with chemicals for my stream. Thank you very much. I'm not gonna make it smell like shit in here. I know. I need like a little countdown timer on that, because man, it is not a new and original idea. I'll give you that. This is like stripping out. What the fuck? Okay, that one is stripped. But if more than one of these is stripped, then it's not that. It's something else that's doing this. We got distance, maybe the corner. No, there's plenty of threads sticking out of that. That should tighten up just fine. Nope, nothing. It's not gripping at all. Why? 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 Wait a minute. Yes, it is. Is there like a different corner cube? What's going on here? I'm starting to lose my mind. Oh, maybe this wrench isn't the right size. No, that's definitely the right size. Play a bingo with that and lathe. We could. I mean, there are bingo generators. We could put together some of the common things that we get a lot of comments on. Just a lot of comments. So, I mean, part of the reason that this is going so slowly is because we're playing it by ear. That's gripping, but it only grips all the way down at the bottom. It seems to be slipping otherwise, so it's like mostly stripped out. So the two of these that I have left, the only two I think, are not gonna grip. So we need to come up with a different way to fasten all this stuff together. Unless I can find two more. I think it's kind of a tall order. I thought I would just be able to put the vise on this and just clamp the vise to a certain... But... thermals and starting soon. Yeah, those would also be good entries. We've almost got a full bingo board. I think we're missing a couple. There's probably like one or two things still missing. All right, back to plan A. Back to plan A. I think maybe I can use the corner cubes in conjunction with a bracket. Well, the corner cubes don't go straight up and down. That's kind of what I need them to do. I need this to like hold it in some way, shape, or form, unless I do it from the other end, in which case I can fly in on brackets that way. Like use, let's see, these are going to be too tall. That might actually work. Might actually work. Hold on a minute. All right, well, let me start building it. Let me start building it. Start putting it together. So that means I need... that means I need one in there. Which is not really going to be easy to do, but I can swing it. Well, let's set it up temporarily first. You know what? No, I'm going to do the whole thing. Do it all. Do it all. Means I gotta get all of these undone. We'll just hold it up on the two ends. I won't hold it up in the center. It's a big mechanical engineering thing. I gotta come up with it out of nowhere. Ah. Yeah, we're not trying to reprogram the Omnipod itself. We're trying to get the microcontroller out of it. And we could have fun with that. Because, yeah, they have medical budget, and so they put a really nice microcontroller in them. And it would be fun if we could grab that micro and just fully reprogram it. I'm not even trying to reverse engineer anything. I'm just trying to completely reflash it. One thing that I don't know, Pseudomaze, is whether or not they can lock out the micro. Like, can they do that? Can they make it unreflashable? Because if they could do that, that could pretty much rain on a parade right now. I don't know what the lock bits are like on that. Nothing in the data sheet about that? Okay. Because I know with the PIC microcontroller, you can lock it and then you can't load the hex out of it. I don't know if you can reflash it, but... yeah, nothing like lock bits or passwords. I wonder if the age of that is gone yet. Because they just make loading the microcontroller a one-way street, and that way nobody can get your code. Like, steal it. Then again, like, I guess, I don't know. Controlling the external control stuff is known, right? We know you can't read out, but you can just wipe the whole thing. I hope so. Yeah, because that's what I'm banking on. Because I don't want their code. I don't want their hex file. Because, like, yeah, the external stuff that it controls, it's very simple. So there's not really much there. And we know what the Bluetooth stack is like, so... the Bluetooth low energy standard sort of dictates what all this stuff is supposed to do. Like what all the over-the-air signals are. So you don't really need to crack into the microcontroller if you want to take over on that level. By the way, taking over an Omnipod on that level, like reflashing an Omnipod with different software, nigh on like ridiculously impossible. This thing will not survive any of the surgery that you do to it. There's a lot of like taut springs that are sort of ready to strike inside of that thing. So it's not a good scene. All right, so this will hold the bar that sort of presses, or at least stabilizes the Omnipods as I slide them down. If I had a better idea of what this would be mechanically at the start, I probably would have had a better time at it. Oh man, that's like hardcore microcontroller stuff though, right? Bringing another core into the Arduino development suite. That might be pretty difficult for me to do. I might have trouble with that. This doesn't need to be four... I don't need 4 of these fasteners on this one. Come on, unscrew. I think you may need to look into is the flashing tools. NXP has their own IDE called MCU Espresso. What? Ugh. Yeah, I'll have to come up with like a bootloader for that. You can call it Espresso. It's weird. They're trying to be hip. They're trying to be hip. They want to call it Espresso. Hey, that Arduino. That's got an Italian name. What do we got? I don't know. Espresso. I like coffee. Yeah, I like coffee too. It's like my whole personality. Let's call it Espresso. Call it Nescafe. You know that Nescafe machine? The one that takes those little pods? It has a camera in it that reads the text of the pod in order for you to be able to use it. So third-party pods don't have any of that text on it. But you could just write the name in silver Sharpie on the Nescafe pod, and it will accept the third-party alternative. Welcome to the 21st century. Damn it, I got this wrong. I can do it like over here. This needs to like slide out of the way, which it can't do because of the orientation of all that stuff. Fuck. If I do it on the other side. Yeah, because I wanted this to like hug that. The alternative would be like, no, it's too short. At some point, I just have to make something work, right? Curie got a machine that required an RFID chip with foil lids. Jesus Christ. Why do they do that? Why are they such bastards when it comes to this kind of stuff? They're such bastards. They just hate, they hate us. They hate us. So if I set that up like that, that's not really good. Now, I think my idea just like folded. You guys just watched the death of an idea. I don't have enough parts to make another bracket like this where they're directly by each other at a 90-degree angle. And I was hoping that I would be able to get this like that, but that's not, mechanically, that's not really working out. See, held like that, that's pretty stable. Although a cutting edge up here would probably ruin it. Really what I'd want is the cutting edge down there. There's a bug on the desk. I'm actually having quite a bit of trouble coming up with this, to be honest. I thought this would go a little bit easier, but the dimensions and stuff and all the different ideas that we've tried aren't really going together all that well. All right, rethink, retool, start over. Yeah, I could use solder, but I wanted to make a jig that I could pick up later and use in order to pop off all the plastics. I wanted something for consistency. That's the whole point of this, is consistency. Consistency is important. So the distance on these was actually pretty good for stuff. The question is, how can I make that? So if I can make that into something that's adjustable, maybe? Like if this adjusts back and forth, and then we have something else that's held up here, that might work. Yeah, it's a delitting tool for Omnipods, exactly. Game Boy games have all the Nintendo logo inside their ROM to boot. But since that was copyright by Nintendo, only games allowed by Nintendo got to have that logo, keeping third-party cartridges... What? Keeping out the third-party cartridges by copyright. That's weird. I didn't know that. Yeah, all those weird copy protection schemes, you know? I'm wondering what happened to that, the little retro reflector that was in the zip disks. Like, whatever became of that technology? What was that used for in the first place anyway? The little retro reflector. They had a separate piece of plastic on the zip disk that had this little, and it really was just like a bunch of plastic squares, like, you know, retro reflector pattern. Ah, come on. Ooh, I'm actually feeling a little hypoglycemic. I'm probably not, because all the management stuff kind of keeps me in check, but... Yeah, did they do an IR sensor? The problem with the good retro reflector is that it's going to bounce the light back directly into your emitter. And you won't be able to detect it with something, because your detector is a separate entity. White tape would defeat it? Yeah, I don't know what the purpose of that was. I always remember it was kind of an interesting feature of the zip disk. Where it's like, why is this thing here? It seems like really technological. Oh, that felt like it was stripping. Ugh. Just ruin all my screws while I'm at it. All right, so if I have this like this, that adjusts, and it can get all the way to one end to the other. The problem is that sticks... Oh, no, that doesn't stick up. Good. That doesn't stick up. So we have this track, and if I can hold this up on the other side somehow, but then... I could do that second bracket thing again. Let me do that quick. Second bracket, who dis? I'm just gonna go with whatever at this point because I just want something that's even partially functional. I could come up with something else later. I could just keep this in the bin with everything else, and then the next time in like a couple months when I have another 10,000. Oh, it was on Big Clive. Okay, I'll have to watch that at some point. Maybe I do remember that, but I was always curious about that with the zip disks. The forgotten time. I have an iOmega click drive somewhere. Not drive, just the disc. Yeah, PlayStation, Dreamcast did that too, where they would write the CD like it was an audio CD, but they would have like some kind of copy protection in that area that most burners wouldn't be able to reach, and then they had like you were able to basically put your CD into like a CD player. Jazz Drive, yeah, I remember Jazz. Jazz Drive was, how big was Jazz disc? Did I have a Jazz Drive? No, I don't think I ever had a Jazz Drive. 1 to 2 gigs. Oh my god. I don't remember Ditto. Do I remember Ditto? Vaguely. I remember the post floppy drive Space Wars, which aren't as cool as that sounds. It's not nearly as cool as that actually sounds on paper. The post floppy drive Disc Wars. And then CDR just took everything over. It's like, ah, you can get 800 megabytes. You'll be fine. And we all have these big stacks of CDRs that we don't need. Thumb drives became a thing briefly. And then everything got networking capabilities. Yeah, CDR-W. Why would you W? I always wondered about that. Why would you W? It's not like they were... I mean, they were pricey. The costs could add up. But the W, like, nobody W'd. Per side. Oh, Corel Magneto Optical Drive dumpster diving. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because you backed up everything on tape. Do they have tape drives that just use fucking cassettes? I guess you can't find cassettes anymore either. Never mind. I was going to say, because you could get cassettes. No, you can't. Didn't they just recently stop making VHS somewhere? I would think that a VHS tape could be a pretty goddamn good backup drive. Had a tape drive for a while. I think OctoJ still has his. All right, I'm putting another rail on top of this one. We're just gonna piece through this and try to figure it out bit by bit, because whatever we come up with is gonna be a mutant, but it will at least be functional in some way. There was a VHS backup system, you would think, right? Because there's that big of a magnetic disc. It's like a giant magnetic disc. Or tape, whatever. That's why you try it on a CDR-W and then a regular... I remember that you used to have to buy particular CDs because your car's player that has the removable faceplate would not play certain brands. You had a brand. Your car had a brand of CDR that it would accept. We'd spend all day burning our music onto it. And then the rich people got those ones that would take MP3 CDs. And that was like, one CD is everything that I'm going to need forever. It's all the music that I'll ever listen to in the car. Double speed CD writer for 260 pounds. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember the CD drive was like the first thing I'd figure out in a new computer. Oh, that's right. These stick out beyond the edge, so I can't just put this down on the desk and have that be the... We'll have to, like, tune it. That's like that. I think the puppy dog might be being upstairs on her own. Hey, Ray. LTO tape. What about DAT tapes? What about DAT discs? Let me get that DAT tape. I think we can only do 2 sides because I can't do the low down cut unless I put like a long disc or a long cutter into this thing. Nobody got time for DAT. Hey, that's for like multi-track music recording, digital multi-track, high quality, lossless musical stuff. So if I could just hold another rail basically here, we can make the top cutter work. And I can just send these through like that. 2x, that's one more than... Yeah. Didn't they do like multiple lasers in those? Isn't that how they did that? So I want this to be movable. The bottom plate is movable too. So I guess if I just hoist this up here, how would I hoist that up here and have it be not all over the place? Probably be another set of brackets like we had before. That is so much, that's so much bracketry though. So many brackets have died. It's like a million brackets suddenly called out and were silenced. So I could do, well, I don't have to do a bracket on the bottom. All right, no, not the purpose of the stream project section. You can delete that. Not for memes. Now I'll delete it when I get time. 400 gigabyte tapes? Oh my god. Yeah, that's if, like, I mean, like, my data pool changes, so I don't feel the need for that. These aren't that tall. What's the thing? I need, like, tiny little... Yeah, these are just too... Even the ones that I've cut are too tall. Because if I do that, then this is like way up here, and that won't hold on to anything. She took my dad out. All up on it. I could do it like this. Have it hold it forward. That's as close as I could get it there, but then if I do that like that as like a block. Yeah, okay, all right. I think I got it. I gotta just like do. I can't make all these decisions. Oh, that's right. You need to get like a SCSI card in order to run it. Oh my god. My data changes so regularly that I just could never do that. I don't have like fixed stuff that I store. Anymore, anyway. U.2. Here, we can actually do these in the middle. Just to make it extra cursed. That's a little loose. See, the problem is getting these things to tighten like that. When you do the bolt on the thing, and then this goes around it, it doesn't necessarily tighten all the way down. And I guess the way to do it is to take it out, give it a quarter turn, maybe? No, but they're all at 90, so that doesn't really do anything. Up on it. Yeah. Ugh. Come on. Come on. Yeah, when you remove these things, they get kind of belligerent for going back in. They need to be just at the right angle. See, this is where it wants to tighten. I guess it could be a little loose, but the whole point is that you're supposed to be using brackets in order to tighten everything up. I could do like one down here, but no. Let's just see if I can get this to work. That's the wrong size. These are hand cut. I can't trust these. Ugh. Trying to make like a vertical thing that'll then hold up. And if I do use the inside of this to put a bracket on, then I need to open this up again on both ends. Without knowing what you're going to build ahead of time, this stuff can get pretty frustrating. Oh, I also don't want to hold it up from the inside because that'll collide. So let's just, all right. So just trying stuff out. I don't want to hold it from the outside because that's where the vise is going to be. So this is all the way at the edge. The vise is going to be clamping to this bottom piece for fun. You know, it's not like, this ain't science. We're not making an industrial thing here that's supposed to last a million years. It's just supposed to be a fun little thing to throw together that will hold up cutting operation consistently and make it easy to do. See, the ones that aren't threaded by me are the ones that are tight at a 90-degree angle. When makerbeam makes these, they must thread them in a particular way in their process that will allow this to tighten while also being at a 90-degree angle. That's what you're paying for with the more expensive makerbeam. Little things like that. I think I probably need 2 corner cubes to do this, don't I? Because I want to put the bar on this and have that be up and down adjustable, right? That'll move up and down. That would be more of a corner cube thing, I guess. Or bracket out here. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work like that. That's not how that works. I need 2 corner cubes. Ah, boy. Now we're back where we started. We're back where we started with 2 corner cubes. Curses. Well, here's one. Use this. Okay, so that would be 2 on this. Eyes on Breen. 2 on this. Holding these up. And some of them are not... I gotta make sure we don't use the untrustworthy ones. Some of them weren't tightening down earlier. You're just tuning in. Put them on the outside. Easy to get to. Like that. I don't want to tighten that one down too far. Let's see. So countersunk. Very, very short. 1. I need another one. I don't have another one. Where'd it go? I'm lost. There it is. 1, 2. Just like that. All right. That one up like this. This one like this. Drop that in. Didn't drop in fully. Didn't. Come on. Orient you the right way. There we go. Okay, that one tightened. Maybe it's this corner cube. Oh, you know what it is? It is. This corner cube is a different design. That's what it was. Man, we would have been so much further along if I'd realized that sooner. The corner cube is a different design. I noticed that the edges looked a little rounder. This one doesn't have countersunk. Or it does. It is countersunk. Am I high? What's going on here? Let me try to find an older one that's got sharper edges on it. Maybe that'll do. 3 points of contact for holding each of these things in place, and I can maneuver either the side cutter, which I guess we don't need, or I can use an end mill. Stone slabs for long-term storage. What do we possibly have that needs to be stored that long? Fun to theory craft, but you know, like, I don't know if any of our bullshit should be around that long. Aside from warnings on porn, all the porn. It's true. Here in the late 20th century, mankind put its efforts into storage of porn. This is like, this one, it's, okay, so this one is cursed. I need to, it isn't the cube, it's the, it's this thing that, it needs to have, like, full penetration for it to actually grip, which it's not getting, and I don't know how to get that. I mean, I've got slightly longer fasteners, but I think they're too long. We'll try it. Let's try it a little bit. I'm getting a little dehydrated here. I'm feeling weird. I'm feeling a little weird. What the hell? Feels like it's stripping. What's going on with this thing? Yeah, see, it bottoms out before it actually... All right. Nah. Hold on. Ugh. That was a bad feeling. The fastener goes through this thing, and then it bottoms out. So, I need to come up with a different one of these things. So that one's dead. See if I got another sitting around in here. I don't think I do. And I'm making a total mess, whatever. The most efficient Lego sorting method. Dump it all out, go through it bit by bit. I think the one with the plastic piece in it is our last best hope. So I need to make this one work. If it is just plastic, maybe I can ram something through from the other side. Like this. Nope, I can just use it as an auger. No, there's not enough to grip to on the other end. Damn it. I don't want to get the drill involved today. We were close to getting a version of this that might actually do something, but how do I get this thing out of here? Heat would be what everybody wants to suggest. I know you're about to say heat. The beams are metal. Everything in this is metal. It's just I put a plastic standoff on one at one point, and the plastic standoff broke off. And so now I'm left with this piece of plastic that's like cone-shaped now, because I keep trying to grab it, and I keep ripping off the side. So there's nothing to squish onto and grip. Oh, it's frustrating. I'm going to spoon drill it. I'm just going to spoon drill. Because push comes to shove, this might actually turn the fastener. Or it'll break off a little piece of knife. Which I've had happen. Not really doing much. I've drilled a tiny little precise hole in the middle of this thing. Actually, it might actually be backing it out. Isn't it wonderful? Just have a knife this close in proximity to your extremities. Trying to weaken the fastener enough that I can actually get it out. The bonus of twisting it like this is that it's also backing it out of the threaded hole. Or not. It's not doing anything. Damn it. This sucks. Come on. Trying to get my most pinchy of pinchers. Ugh, it's not working. What else do I have that can grip that? Not much. I can heat up a screwdriver and try to stick it into the end there. There we go. The smartest. Where is it? There it is. And then I drop it, and then I drop it, and then I drop it. Ugh. All right, hold on. Heat up the screwdriver again. God. I have replacement worths if I need them. Nope, twisted. I might have put a thing in it though. Might have put a mark in it. I'm not sure. I don't know if I got to the right temperature for the plastic. I could just use the. God damn! I could just use the torch on the whole fucking thing. Tweezers are not going to do goddamn anything to this. Believe me. I have to use the drill. I don't want to use the drill. I want it to just go away. I want you to just go. Why can't you just go? Gambit screws out of a melted pen. I don't even know what any of that stuff is. There it is. I had to use this to melt a screw forming whatever, and then wait a second and then screw it in, and that pushed it through the rest of the way. Man, it's like car work. All right, so now I can try smaller fastener with one of these things that's actually going to grip, because I'm out of hardware. We've used up all of the good hardware. Let's see if we can actually get this thing to hold on to a rail that's going to hug part of the Omnipod and keep it in position as I cut it. A rounded inverted hex screw before consumer drivers were... We used melted pens. Yeah, that was... I remember that fastener. I never knew that people melted pens in order to get into them. But I do know the screw you're talking about. I remember it. I was always wondering how people would get into that stuff. Or if they were never meant to, which is partially it. You know, the utility of just melting something plastic and making what you need. My favorite, though, is the security Torx, because it's so utterly stupid. The security Torx is supposed to obviously keep you out of stuff. But the wonderful thing about the security Torx is that the little dot in the center and the little nubs of the Torx are pretty much exactly the size of a flathead screwdriver. So you just shove a flathead screwdriver on it and you can just undo them. We've had, because we used to take Fridays to take stuff apart, and it turns out I've taken apart just basically everything that I can get away with in this shop. So we're kind of out of stuff right now, but we used to just take stuff apart on Fridays. And so I would always love when they would try to keep you out of a device by having a security, quote unquote, Torx. Oh man, it was just comedy. It doesn't really hold, it doesn't. Well, if I lower this down, it does. Up on it. I don't even know the lyrics to this song, and it's stuck in my head. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what the... It's just like a rhythmic, like, saying stuff, kind of like a little punk. I don't know, whatever. Where do I want to make the cut? I guess I'm going to make the cut at the top. Yeah, I don't want them to slide down like that just did. Kind of boring if I just do the cut at the top. I wanted to make it a little bit more dynamic, but... So I hold this here. Worse, I listen to anime music and I try to sing it. Oh, I died a little inside. Use a fastener against the hot pen to imprint the shape. Perfect for a couple of uses. Yeah, I've never seen it before, but that's awesome. I never thought about that. See, it's not really holding it in place. Ugh. Unless I lower it all the way down. And make it... I mean, I can make it opposite of this rail. Or I can make it opposite of this rail. I could also do the same thing with the bracket and hold one below this. It's going to be a really weird setup, but it'll hold it on 3 faces, and I guess I can work it through that way. Or I could maybe mount this and have the blade come in from below. That'd be a little weird. Well, let me do the bracket on the outside. I might as well. We got enough hardware to do that. I'll do that, and then that'll hold things in place. Then I need one more of these. I have plenty of them. Seems like everything that I build doesn't use this particular size of rail. Go. Yeah, this is a weird setup. I don't know. Most of it is me being non-committal to the idea. We had several ideas. I tried several different things, and I kept flip-flopping between them and not being sort of decisive about what exactly I was gonna build, how I was gonna send these things through. So as such, it became kind of discombobulated, and I eventually decided on a design. It's not the best, but it'll do. So this will be able to hug both sides, and I'll just be able to put a cutting implement on it. And then I'll be able to flip them over and do the other side. And then I'll have to readjust. Because if we're not cutting the top, then we've cut the 2 sides, and I just have to rip the plastic in between them. But I don't like the idea of that. I'd rather be able to flip them and also cut that other end. I don't know. Let's see where we get with this thing, because I do want to do some cuts today. There's a weird way of holding the extended part, but I guess one is held from above and one is held from below, and I can adjust the two so that they interfere a little bit with each other's positioning, and that way I've got more adjustability out of this, and I can get these in here nice and tight. I don't know. I probably could have come up with 100 ways to do it better. Okay, that's stuck. Thank you for cross-threading. Cross-fit, I cross-thread. I wonder if the dog's been sleeping this whole time. She hasn't been that far around the neighborhood before. And I had to keep actually tugging her along to get her to keep going in the same direction, because I think she thought we were getting further and further from home, but really we were going in a big circle. All the way out here. Get that in there carefully. One on, get the other on. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Hold it carefully. Careful now. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of the other thing. One there. One over here. This is a weird thing that I built. I'm just taking a look at it now. It's like, wait a minute. I wonder if I could have done this differently. Well, at least these are like pretty solidly on there. So we can tighten that up a little bit. If I can get to, can't really get to the fasteners. Great. Get like a wrench on it. Maybe she was afraid you would drop her off at the farm? Dude. Okay, like that. Alright, so, like, yeah, I can slide them along this way, and then that exposes a nice big cutting area right there. In terms of getting at the bottom edge, I would need a very large saw blade indeed to make that one work, because then I could slide them this way. Of course, I don't have anything up here to hold the top of them, so they're just kind of pressed into place. If I could somehow get into like that and get that, but I don't think so. I don't think I'll be able to do that. So we'll have to just do a top edge cut on this. Doing it this way too is completely unstable. There's not much we can do there. But like one end to the other, I can just push these through and then slice that top edge off. Oh, that doesn't open. Can I reach them at all? Nah. Nah, it's not going to work. Unless I broke this up and had multiple on here, but I don't have enough fasteners to make that work. But if I broke it up, then I could have a brief spot where they kind of pass from rail to rail and get cut. That way I could do all three of the dimensions, because I could do each operation. Do I have anything that can do that? Hold on. Thinking. I don't have any blades that are large enough to make that radius work. It has to be this, and this has to be suspended from above, unless I invert this whole setup, and that doesn't really work. Doesn't really work. They're kind of held in by gravity right now. Darn it. I wanted to get that cut. I mean, maybe if I put it all the way out here, but then what happens afterwards? Nah, they just drop away. Yeah, I don't really see any solution here. Can the vise hold it like this? No. No, it can't. Unless I put something like here and here. Yeah, I don't think I can hold it like this. Unless I clamp it to a clamp and then clamp the clamp. Because this would be, or rather, it's actually, yeah, it's here. Here's where I'd want the cutting blade to be. Or just like drop a mill right there the end mill right there, and as long as that's spinning against the direction that I'm putting them in, but then I don't have something over here holding it. If I was able to make like a whole cartridge, that would just hold these in place and then just pass them through that. But that distance, I don't really know, to get like another rail there. How tough is the plastic? Pretty fragile. It's not great, you know? This stuff gives up pretty easily. I don't have to push very hard to get this, you know, to pass through all the way. It's going to move a little bit because the shape is weird. A sharp blade and no mill. I would need more pressure for that. Also, where's the fun? Where's the fun in that? That's why I was thinking about flipping this whole thing up on its side, but, you know, keeping hands out. If I do 2 more of those, because I was like, yeah, I could clamp it like this now. And then there's all these fasteners on this end. This is really where it's meant to be clamped, like that. So getting a cutting implement in there. Oh, yeah, we tried the vise. We tried vices before. It's easier, it's cleaner to cut it. I mean, I can get those 2 edges on this. I don't need to do, I mean, if I do, my brain is working on so many things at once. I just wish I had more stuff to fasten this. Because if I could hold 2 smaller beams, I guess I could do that on the other end. But then this would rock back and forth and it would be all uneven. Because I could, like, put that in the vise. Nah. Now let's just continue on with this. Because if I get the top and the bottom open, it's possible that I can just stick a screwdriver in there and pop them. Right? Or I could even send them through like this and grab that edge, actually. That might work. But then there will be a little connector there that's still connected. But this way, if I do them like... Well, that's not going to reach. It has to be an end mill. Has to be an end mill. Unless... Yeah. That won't... Okay, so it has to be an end mill. Let's set it up over at the mill. Let's give it a shot. Because I got a whole pile of these mofos to get through. Take some light with me. Get all these back in a box. In an unlabeled box. Smell like Band-Aids. 2 blades attached to vice jaws. Well, if I was using the table to move it, that would be interesting. 2 like heated X-Acto knives would also do. They make those. You can buy a heated knife. I meant to put one together for exactly this purpose, to open up all of these Omnipods just with a hot blade. But I'm not going to do that. This is more fun. This is way more fun. Come on. Try to have a little fun today. God, that is an absolute fucking pile of these things. I haven't even really been like cognizant of how many I've gone through. What I really want is an ultrasonic knife. An ultrasonic knife would make short work of this whole thing. But I was going to take a scalpel holder and try to attach it to an old soldering iron insert. And then I would have had a 600-degree Fahrenheit soldering iron scalpel blade with changeable blades. All right, let's see here. So my mill lights have broken. That's another project that we need to get to at some point. But they are dead, the mill lights. In terms of end mills, I could use a big one or a small one, and seeing as I'd rather probably be able to push these things through properly. There's aluminum stuck in this one. Hold on, let me try to pick that out. I think I probably should use a small end mill. Just because it'll be kinder on me pushing. Dremel Versatip is a heated blade attachment. Interesting. Yeah, I wanted to have it as a soldering iron thing. there's a piece of aluminum in the middle of this end mill. This end mill is not meant to be used for cutting directly downwards, and I must have used it for that, because there's definitely a chunko of aluminum just fucking sitting in the middle of this thing making fun of me. It's like, hey, you fucker. I'm like, stop making fun of me. So I'm using a file to try to kind of get at it. Here, you can see it on the microscope. What up, Milky Ways? How you doing? Look at that little piece of aluminum in there. Aluminum. Ugh, it's terrible. Is this thing still sharp? Yeah, it's still sharp, but I feel like maybe I need to like drop a like a pin tool through the whole thing, or just find a different end mill. But we'll use this one. We'll use this one. This one will be fine. Nice tiny little blades, so it doesn't kick back hard. And then I don't need to put the jaws on the right side of the vise, because we're not here for accuracy. we're not here for accuracy. It doesn't matter. I mean, if I use the diamond grinding, no, that's stupid. That's stupid. Don't be stupid. You're being stupid. Stupid. All right, tighten that thing down. Get that ready to go. Open this up a little bit. And then we gotta make it work. Yeah, aluminum was the other one that we didn't talk about when those other people were in here. All of those little things that they try to lord over you, like, why do you use Imperial? Why would you do that? And it's like, well, you did this to us. This is your fault, Euros. But then at the same time, they'll turn around and they'll start talking about the pronunciation of aluminum, whereas it started out as alumium, and the Brits added a ton of syllables to it, and we just kind of slur it all together. And the right way to say it is any of the three. They're all right. So, endless internet bickering. Never fails. Oh, I didn't put plates on the top of this thing in order to suspend it flat and straight. We'll just wing it. We'll just wing it as best we can. So I can really like squish that in there. And then bring it all the way to one side. I want to cut it at the end, not at the beginning, because I'm going to be loading these things up into it. I need something for them to drop into. Ah, I got a bin right here. Ta-da! Now we got a bin! Oh, standing up is nice. Yeah, so typically with a thing that's plastic welded together, the way to do it, the way to get it to pop open, you just kind of put like a guide mark with your knife, or you just put this, like you work the corners, right? And if you get an opening, you can get a screwdriver in there and then you can break it along the seam, or you can squish it in the vise and get it to flex enough that it'll break. Plastic welding is not as strong as the plastic itself. So we'll cut it right about here. This is like got a tight grip on them, which is good. So I will just maneuver this thing, and then this will be moving in what direction? I think it's this direction, which is not the cutting direction. Wait a minute. No, it goes that way. Uh-oh, we gotta come in from the other side. Reverse it, reverse it, reverse it. We want it to push back at us, not throw the thing out into the stratosphere. So I want to cut it about here. And then this over here. And then the X direction doesn't matter because the X is actually me cutting it. All right, so I'm just going to bite into that just a little bit until it actually gets through the plastic, and then we'll be all in tune. Didn't anticipate that. It's kicking upwards, so I think I need something to hit it up top, which might just be something like these brackets here. How much does that support? Not enough. What about like right there? No, I need to be taller than that. Okay, so that's not really going to work. Yeah, it's probably going to end up being a push stick operation, to be honest. Gotta think about this. I'm going with the side cutter. The side cutter's not gonna push it up in the air. Watch out, it doesn't catch your hair. Okay. God, fucking Twitch chat. I think the side cutter might be the way to go. If I can get it close enough, and I guess I can get it close enough out here. And that way it'll be pushing horizontally and it won't tend to pop it upwards. Because right now, the way that the end mill is cutting, the flutes are going upwards. And so that's what's kind of pushing this thing up like that at the side. Yeah, I think the side cutters... I fucking told you, Twitch. You didn't fucking believe me. You guys always questioning the decisions that I'm making here. Shouldn't you do it with this or that or the other thing? No. Fuck you, I know what I'm doing. He says moments before a life-threatening workplace negligence injury occurs. I like how I smack it on the head to drop out the bit. I don't know if I want this to be in this shuck. Oh, whatever. Who cares? It's fine. Just gotta lift this thing up into space. What about lookins peepins? You know, it's not all finger poking. All right, tighten this thing up again. Now we've got some kind of a massive, weird-looking saw that's in absolutely the wrong type of holder. Who cares? Who cares? It'll be fine. And then I gotta maneuver it. Which, this is gonna spin... Wait a minute. Oh. That's the wrong direction. I actually need to make this thing go this way. God, it sounds weird when it goes backwards. Okay, which means that we need to come in from the other side. So flip it again. Flip it again. Flip it again. Flip it. Flip it. Flip it. The only problem is that we can't get close with this cutting bit. I need a wider cutting bit to make this work properly. Man, this is way far over. I can do it off of the edge. I think. Well, or I can lower that bar. Lower the bar. No, wait, no, not lower the bar. Because the height's going to be like this. This will be just poking out. I don't know if I can do this. I gotta rethink this. Yeah, because I can't get any closer than that. Wait, but is that close enough? Oh, no, because that hits up against. Yeah, that's not going to allow that. Eh. 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 Yeah, it certainly will not fit. So, Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Think. Alternative cutting implements. Where have you gone? I don't think I have anything. Unless this is a giant... Nope. Nope. I wonder if I could use a deburring tool and just deburr the sides until they, like, whittle them. Yeah, I don't know. What about the Dremel stuff that I hate to go into that bin? I don't think the Dremel has anything that I can use. Knife and fork. No. Hover your mouse over the clip button. No, none of it's working. Dremel's stuff. Hold on, let's take a look at Dremel's stuff. I don't want to have to buy a machine tool for this. The diamond wheel is too big, and it only works on one side. Nah, none of this stuff. I mean, it would be interesting to use this, like planer, and then you could just shave off all of the, just shave it all off. This is the other one. This one is like the Finger Sever 5000. But again, that's a small blade to pay. Nope, none of this stuff is good. All right, we gotta make the side cutter work because the end mill was lifting it. How do I make the side cutter work? The only way I can make it work is if I put a brake in the rails. But if I put a brake in the rails, I don't think it's gonna hold the thing properly. Well, the other way is to drop the top rail entirely. All right, so come on back over here. Come on back over here, chat. We can do this in situ. I can drop that top rail down. Yeah, I think I can drop it down to the lower position, and that might do it. So let's see. We get this tool. Let's get this out of the way, which I guess up is the only good way for it to go. Let me get this out of here. If I move this down one, that'll still hold, hopefully, but it'll allow me to get this cutter into position. Just like that. I don't want to drop it entirely because I need something to hold the body of the insulin pump for the cutting operation. Be kind of fun if I got like a cease and desist order from Omnipod. That might actually like show up on people's radars. Now they're actually, as a company, I believe they are pretty positive about hardware hacking and stuff. They seem not to be too disturbed by the efforts of people in order to make their product a livable thing. Because they all know that the writing is on the wall, right? They all know that all of these systems, this will work. All of these systems are going to go over to cell phone control eventually. So I got to run this in the opposite direction. And then that goes there. We'll cut just above that line. And then I've got to get the distance correct. And then I can just shove a bunch of these things in there. If you have to reach for the Dremel, precision is already out the window. Yeah, I fucking hate the Dremel so much. I really do. Thing you use for carbon fiber sheets might work. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. But that would require modification in order to hold the pump. I was also thinking of that with the linear rail, plus using some of the melty plastic or like whatever it is, the dough stuff that you can use to hold on to something oddly shaped like that, and having that in like a tray that moves back and forth. But no, this will be okay. I wonder, should I unlock a random sub emote, but should I choose an emote to unlock? Nobody asked. Just do what you want. If you don't do this, you're just letting good parts go to waste. I don't know. Ah! That was very loud and it scared me. Okay, so running this in the opposite direction, getting my fingers just wonderfully close to all this stuff, I'm gonna get a push rod. Here's my push rod. It's just another piece of the stuff. Now, if this is kind of darkly lit, it's because my mill lights broke, so I don't really have a great way to illuminate this operation. At least in thermals, it'll show up nicely. Let's get the camera focused. So this is like a do not try it at home kind of thing, you know? There it is. Redeeming a random fart. There you go. That's the ticket. Okay, so I need to get my body in here, and I'm going to block the light, unfortunately, because I need to get the depth of this cut proper. I'll go this far, and we'll just see if that works. So I got to remember to go in the opposite direction. There you go. See how it kicked it back once it hit this? Let's see how deep that was, though. Oh, yeah, that's all the way through. All right. So is that serviceable? Ow. I need to go a little deeper, actually. I think that's a little deeper. God, the mill sounds so weird in this direction. I think I need a top thing to hold it down. Ah! Okay, that's fun. That is fun. Am I through the plastic? I think I need to go lower? I mean, it appears like I've just completely taken away. I think with a screwdriver I can separate that. Yeah, I think that's a good cut. I think that actually makes the cut. Let's try it in the other direction then. That's not dangerous at all. No, it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, I need a piece of the beam on top because that kicked back. How deep does that go? That doesn't quite get it, actually. I need to lower it on that one. Yeah, okay, so we need something to hold the top. So let's get that out and let's see if we can figure that one out. I need basically to just float a rail up here and not fully out. It just needs to be a little bit. Because then it won't kick back. All right, so let's get this out of there. We'll put it back in a minute. Almost worked. Yeah, the mill could do the X movement. That is possible. Then we'd just be basically making an advanced vise. I'd rather have something that I can push something through. That's the whole fun of what we're doing right now. That's why having it kick back is funny. It's funny. And chat, I know you guys are a bunch of like safety nerds, but man, it really didn't kick back much. The only reason that it did that was because of the way I was pushing it through. And I was pushing it through with a push rod. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So I need something up here, at least for the end piece, so that this can push through and get a good cut without it doing that. Because when it did that, that's when it would catch and get kicked all the way back out. What then can I use? I could even do, well, where does that end up? If I did it like this, that's too far out here. I can't have it. It needs to basically be flush with this. I guess it doesn't need to be flush with that, but anxiety after seeing somebody take a chainsaw in the IRL from kickback. I can't plan around that. Like, I just can't. Everybody's got their situations, you know? So if I do like a small piece right there, that might be okay. It'd probably be better if I could get like a longer span. And then once it's done cutting, would it be free? I've always wanted one of those miniature chainsaws, but I feel like I'm not responsible enough for it. Those little mini chainsaws that they sell. The only problem is I can't then... I guess I couldn't do it before anyway. I couldn't flip it up on like that. Yeah, the chainsaw chaps are a very necessary safety thing. These are really the only parts that I have to do this with. I could put it like this. That might actually... Yeah, that might work. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, that's how we're doing it. Cool. 2 of these, 4 fasteners. 1, 2, 3. Cortose. Hello, hello. We're in a place called Vertigo. There's like a miniature, it's like a, I don't know, AVE used it for a little bit to open packages. I always thought that was fun. I once saw a guy try, it was like an internet video, and I'm sure everybody's already seen it, where the guy was like trying to cut a hole in the ceiling. He's up on a ladder. He's got a chainsaw. The first thing he does is he touches the chainsaw to the wood, and it kicks back towards his face, and he stops it just in time. It's like, Bud, I think you're sitting this one out. I think you're sitting this one out. I must see that now. I don't know. I don't even know the first thing that I would even suggest to try to search that at this point. Where did okay, the wrench is on the, it's on the mill. It's on the mill. I'm gonna take our second shot at this. I'm gonna hold the thing on all 4 sides this time. Scar Constellation. God. You guys are a bunch of intolerable safety nerds. But then again, you know, I don't want to neglect safety. But Twitch can be a little bit jumpy. Using the top of the chain to cut. I don't know the first thing about chainsawing stuff. Leave that to the professionals. I defer to other people's expertise in that regard. Man, the things I'm doing with you guys instead of spending time with my adorable puppy. You guys are monsters. Taking me away from my adorable puppy dog. Just the worst. You fucking... I hate you. No, I just hear the dog above me wandering around, and we had a good jog today. It wasn't my decision to take a jog. It was the dog's decision to jog. Now I am very tired. My muscles hurt. I am not built for jogging at the moment, but as time goes on, hopefully over the course of a couple years, I might actually look like something of a human being instead of a beach ball with arms and legs. Why don't you bring your puppy to the stream? She's not allowed to use stairs yet because she is of Dachshund descent. A Corgi is a little bit Shiba Inu, and it's a little bit oh God, the way you say it is not Dachshund, and it's not Dachshund. It's like, I forget. There's a different way to say it than than everybody else does. But anyway, she's got a long back. She's got a long back. So what we got to keep that back healthy. And so stairs are not a great idea. Now eventually we will let her do stairs. Yes, she's learning them in spite of our efforts. So once that cat's out of the bag, she can come downstairs. I want her to be able to escape this place, because if we're doing stuff with power tools, I do not want her to feel like she is no, it's not pronounced Dachshund. Sausage dog. Yeah, that's probably better. But yeah, that long back we got to preserve. We got to keep her thin and healthy, active, strong. So she needs a little bit of time to grow up them muscles. Once she does, happy to teach her how to go up and down stairs, and then she'll be able to come down here and hang out. So at that point, she will be shop mascot dog. Okay, so hopefully I have enough room to drop the cutter down just a little bit here. Now we're supporting this thing on all faces, so it's possible that I could go back to using the end mill for this as well. Running in a field dressed as hot dogs? No, but it sounds amazing. I'm also going to put brackets sticking out of the sides here so that I can get this back on the what do you call it? Back on the vise with relative ease. I'm using up all of my makerbeam hardware, though. I'm probably going to have to like break this thing apart if I try to do any other kind of a project. This is so originally I had what was it? Spool holder, like a spool holder setup that I had all on makerbeam, and that used up all of a particular type of brackets that I had, and so I broke that down, and I suddenly had all of this extra equipment. But now I'm putting all that into this just this little temporary work holder so that we can open up all these insulin pumps. Still 10 fingers, yes. Not for want of trying. There were a couple moments there. I think chat got a little nervous for me. Yeah, a laser would be an interesting way to do it, because then you could make like a holder that would just hold them in a particular spot, and you could just drop like 6 of them onto a table, and then have the laser pop open the sides. But I don't have that kind of equipment, so field of hot dogs. I see it. I gotta see Dachshund. Oh my god, is that computer animated? It looks a little fakey. My internet sense is tingling. It's always tingling. Tape it to a board and use BTS. BTS cannot do much with the amount of power that it has. It's really not that great. It looks great, and there's a lot of smoke and fury, but it signifies nothing. Way back from the early 20s? It was in color. But it's in color. What is this even like? Ugh. Stupid old man hands. Oh god, I gotta get up early tomorrow, chat. I don't want to do that. I don't want to get up at all. I just want to sleep. I have to get up early because I gotta work on my car. I gotta fix my car for once. Oh, 05 and 06. Early 2000s, not 20s. I don't need to use this specific bracket that I'm using, and it's probably using up a bracket that I can use elsewhere, but whatever. Let me just get these little mounts done so that this thing can just drop on. Wait a minute. It's actually a lot more narrow than the... hold on. It's not going to work. No, I can't do a car mechanics stream. I just don't have the equipment to do it. I don't know how to get you guys in there. Maybe like a modern GoPro would be able to do it, but not this guy. So like that. Approximately centered. Sorry, I'm just measuring. Measure, cut once, twice. Measure again. Measure me once, and you'll never measure me again. That's what they say. That's what they say. Measure me again, and you'll never measure. It's my fault. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they say. I don't know. I don't know. They say a bunch of stuff. You measure a man for a day, and that's 2 in the pipe or something. I don't know. I'm not a phraseologist. Where are those insert ones? Maybe we can get away with crimes by doing this. These little flat ones, and I can drop one down here. And it'll drop into the rail, and then I can tighten the thing on top of it. If I can find another one of those. Of course I can't. Of course I can't. Come on, there's another one of the insert ones. Inserting is right. There's one. Cool. All right, it's 2 of these. I'll just do 1 bracket sticking out of the back. Because it'll just hold it up on 3 points, and then I can tighten the vise around it. Doesn't need to be one of these. It can be, well, whatever, I'll just use it. I'll just do it. I'll do it myself. Get an old car. I have a 1999 car. I don't know what you're trying to sell here. For Christ's sake, your name is Bad Direction. Like, I'm not inclined to follow somebody with that screen name. $40 phone from 2017 can stream. I know, but I just don't. You guys in my pocket is not going to be a good scene. Not a good scene. I don't even know if that's gripping. That feels like it's not. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. All these are there to do is just to grab the vise. Just hold it. So just drop that down, tighten the vise, and then these are good to go. Hopefully moderately well kept in place. Let's take this over to the mill. I got to readjust the X or the Y axis to get it in the right spot, and then I can just press these things through. Now what we did last time is I cut a little too high and it didn't actually go through the plastic. I can tune that a little better. I mean, it's not like we're keeping the circuit boards for this thing, but I can't try every screwdriver ever made, so I don't know. I don't watch LTT, man. I hate to break it to you guys. Your favorite tech streamer? I don't watch. I don't watch any of them. I'm happy that you guys are here and you're a fan of what I do, but I don't watch these personalities specifically because I would like to also be a personality, and in such, I don't want to copy anything they're doing. I don't want to copy their mannerisms, you know? Because I'll tend to do that. You won't be watching the Bother show anymore. It'll be Bother acting like somebody else. That's no bueno. That's not good. That's not cool. You gotta be cool. All right, so I want to cut a little lower than I did before, but generally I'm just playing it by ear. I got a bin here to catch all the other things in, so I'll do that, and I can lower it a little bit. Try to get it in position here. Where it's like just above the circuit board, and I got to move it in. I guess I can't use the DRO for this. Push this back this way. Yeah, this is going to work pretty well, I think. And I'll just take like multiple passes, and I got to remember to run it in reverse direction, because otherwise it doesn't work. Let's get you guys a little closer. Heard the noise and thought somebody's brakes were squeaking outside my house. Huh. But you are our favorite tech streamer. Yeah. Whatever. Get a lobotomy and act like Rob Oz. Bother here. Playing. Arterial spray injury. Okay, yeah, I guess, well, let's send one through and just see if we can decap it. I need my push rod. I'm not getting the fuck anywhere near this. Where's my push rod? There it is. All right, arterial spray simulator. Let's go. Pretty good. Now that was barely a cut, so... See, I need to move the table that way. Oh, no, this way. Ah! Jesus! Stop it! Stop it! Hey! Deep enough, not low enough. So I need to go down. So just a little bit like that. That should get us in. That should get us into the right territory. Try again. This is gonna kick like a bitch. Or not. How's that fighting so much? Is that creating a lot of heat? I gotta slow it down, maybe. All right, let's take a look at the cut. Let's take a look at the cut. That was like fighting me, man. Yeah, I could be hitting the PCB. No, it looks relatively safe. I think I'm going too deep. Yeah, I need to go less deep. That's cutting like a lot of it. So I'm gonna back it out a little bit there, bud. Looks like it is melting everything together. Oh yeah, and it is separating, so I can back out significantly. That's what was doing it. It was just too deep of a cut. Like right about there, I think is the best. Assuming, because this, I think this can move back and forth just a little bit. It's not as tight as it could be, but let's try the other side. Good old push rod. Looks like a clinical cut. Holy shit. Not quite deep. It needs to go like a slight more of a ways in. Ever so slight. That means Y table goes towards me. So do just that. And that'll probably be it. Beauty of this is once we have it dialed in, I can do 5,000 of these things easy. Easy peasy. Needs to go a little further in. Shouldn't be grabbing at it when it's spinning. Still need to walk it in a little bit. Here, I'll show you guys up close. It's getting closer and closer. I just want it to pop into that corner just a little bit. How long has it been since Robert's posted videos? He posts videos? Oh my God. So yeah, just a little tiny bit more inwards and I will have a nice open area on both of these things. What if you punch it the other side and it becomes, yeah, that's exactly what I want to avoid. Where are the videos, Robert? Okay, back over here. And just tweak the knob just a little bit. Set it again. That one that kicked back really hard kind of bruised my finger a little bit. I mean, I feel like that's in there. Let me just poke at it with a screwdriver. Screwdriver's gonna slip, and then I'm gonna fucking penetrate my finger with this stupid thing. No, it's not quite enough yet. It needs to go just a little bit more. I've been very, very subtly moving the y-axis, so we haven't. It's been like a very tiny cut difference each time. And it feels like it should be deep enough, but it's not penetrating. Pay no attention to the words that I'm saying. Chat, take it easy. If I go down by just a slight, tiny little bit, that might be it. The end mill would definitively open this thing up, but I don't know. I think that might do it. Let's try a fresh one with that. Put that one in there. Here's a fresh one. No, that's not a fresh one. This one's been fucked up. Well, I could still run that one too, but let's run a fresh one, which is this one. With insurance, these things are $35 each. Can I get that open? Can I get a witness to this fitness? Hold on. Yeah, no stream tomorrow because of car stuff. I gotta work on my car. It's returning to the earth. And do all the computer stuff with it and all that jazz. Yeah, I guess that's workable, right? It's not perfect, but I'll have to pop it open with a screwdriver because of all the melting of all the melting that occurs. Oh, this is the one that I absolutely destroyed. My UPS was beeping. It wasn't the insulin pump, and so I shoved something in here so large that it broke the little end of the PCB off, but I also like drilled a hole through the whole thing. I was like, shut up, shut up, shut up. But that wasn't what was beeping. Oh well. Yeah, it doesn't like drop out, but it's good enough. So let's run them all through this. One after the other. Cut them all. That kickback sucks. gonna kick again. Ah! I hate it. All right, let's get started here. Oh, these are much more gentle. Yeah. No complaining. You don't get to complain. I'm gonna send you all through here. I'm gonna get all your guts out. That's right. There's no fighting it. I guess they gotta go in threes. Next, we should use a bunch of belts and automate this thing. Nah. They're not totally, they can move a little bit back and forth, like towards me and away from me, so that's causing a little bit of unevenness in the cuts, but we're putting the whole pile through, one way or another. This is like a couple months of insulin pumps, so I refuse to let this many microcontrollers die. This is so many. Every couple days, every 2-ish days, I go through another one of these. The one I have is going to have to be replaced at some point tonight. And it'll just go in the cardboard box and wait for me to do this again. One after the other. Okay, hold on. Lost a couple in the cardboard. Man, that initial kick is a bastard. All right, now swap them. Swap the bins. Send them through the other way. Now this is content. Mahalo donated $5. Hey, Mahalo, thank you so much. Very generous. Slitting saw assembly line. Yeah, back to the pile. Why aren't they reusable? There's a lot of one-way streets inside of these things. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The very design of this pump does not allow for it to be reused. The way things work are actually very clever, and they all have purpose behind them. There is very clear purpose as to why this is designed the way it is. It doesn't even have a motor in it. It has a piece of nichrome wire that's responsible for actually moving a barrel that twists a threaded brass rod that advances the plunger. And so resetting that is impossible. I mean, it's doable, but you'd have to have a lot of special stuff. And you really have to be able to like unclip this from your body somehow. Yeah, and it's not like you're going to make it jab you again. But with other insulin pump supplies, what you would do is take apart the infusion set and reload it and just start again. And the insulin pump doesn't care. It just thinks you're still using the same infusion set on the body. You've just pulled the plunger back with more insulin in it. You can't do that with this, unfortunately. I wish you could. All right, here we go. Ah. Yeah, thank you for the $5, Mahalo. Appreciate it. This is the kind of stupid shit we get up to around here. And you're supporting it. This is your fault. You've supported me. That initial kick is... Ah, it's so bad. What an asshole. Oh, that one's already cut. Ah! Sold my soul at the company store. When do I get a CSB video about the accident I'm about to have? Huh? When does that happen? With the beautiful narration and the computer animated stuff? Where's my CSB video? Probably would kick less if I was able to hold the top ends up a little bit flatter. We probably could have 3D printed something to do this better. Oh well. Yeah, and alternatively, if I had held them down vertically, and then just use the X-axis to move them about. Stop it! Every few months I'll have to redo this operation and get the micros out of these things. Hey. Yeah. Those are getting a little uneven. I think my bolts are getting loose. This wasn't meant to survive past this operation. Ah! I need something with a soft handle on it. There it is. A little bit of jigging gets you everything cut like in a super duper short amount of time. Oh man, those little kickbacks kind of hurt because it would push the maker beam into my hand. All right, so can we? How much more work is it going to be to open one of these up now? Time is it? Yeah, I think we're almost out of time, but I want to see what it's going to take to open these up now individually. I feel the pump moving around a little bit on my back. I think it might have fallen off. Because I mean, we could retool and do the bottom cut, but I don't. These won't travel consistently. So yeah, the only problem is I can't get the saw in close enough at the bottom. If I had something made out of like angle irons and like sheet metal, that would be a lot easier for me to actually, you know, get the thing into there. But as of right now, I've got 2 cuts on this thing. So will I be able to just peel it open without sending a screwdriver into my palm? Yeah, it'd be nice to have a laser that's that powerful, but I just don't have one. If I had a laser that powerful, I would put like a bunch of these on a bed in something that just keeps them in the right area, and then you could have a laser just come in and just get rid of each individual, you know, one at a time pretty quickly. But we don't have that kind of technology here, and that's okay. We don't need it. We don't need it. No good for you. No good, I tells you. Yeah, I don't know if that exactly worked. Might have wanted to go a little bit lower or deeper. 'Cause I feel like I'm not actually into the pump. I'm stuck outside of it. I should be able to get a screwdriver under this. I was thinking about like what it would take to like put a blade like into the sides or something. Like you could have just like a lever press that would crunch in on the sides and just crack this thing open. Or if I went horizontally and had it cut along the other plastic instead of pressing the two together. But I don't know. This is not exactly open. Let's try the big vise or the medium vise and just see if pushing it a little bit is going to pop it open. Because I need to get like a whole screwdriver in there in order to pop it open anymore. I would have liked to twist it on its side and then also have that axis to play with. Yeah, it feels weird, doesn't it? That didn't work. It didn't work. That ain't work. I don't want to cut the PCB either. Well, it feels like that's actually open. I just don't want to stab myself with a friggin' screwdriver today, you know? Oh, there we go. That's in. Yeah, the only problem is this is not good because I'll hurt myself. I hurt myself today. I gotta think about this one, chat. That didn't really work out. Ideally, this would be a thing. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is there I almost stabbed myself. Yeah, the back was flexing away from the saw. I saw that too. Stabby, good for ratings. Not really. I need another cut in this at least to make this moderately worth it too. Worth doing. I wonder if I cut from the side, I would need to somehow that way, but then that's going to kick all over the place. Cutting from this side. Tough. It's tough to do. Dremel, obviously, I could just sit here with a Dremel and open them all up in the amount of time that it took us to make that. But it was fun to try to figure out how exactly we wanted to put together our entire setup. I think maybe having them flat would be the way to go. And then just come in from above the weld. I did try the vise, yeah. Because we've only got a cut on the top and the bottom. We don't have the side cut that I wanted. Well, there we go. That popped. Maybe just being a little bit more harsh for the vise is what it takes. I just don't want to break my beautiful baby boy. My beautiful boy. I don't actually know if that opened it up at all. I don't know. I think it like welded it back together in some spots because it's not doing anything. Yeah, cutting it high enough to not hit the board would be, well, that'd be the trick. But I want it to be another like assembly line process. Well, I got to think about this, chat. We spent a lot of time on this today and I didn't really get good results. I made all the cuts. I mean, they're there. It's just for some reason, maybe they're just not deep enough. I could run them all through again. But it seems like when I did it deeper, I didn't get great results with that. Yeah, these need to be a little deeper, don't they? And they're barely on the edge there. I'm sort of relying on that to sort of open up. Here, microscope. 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 Macroscope. Miniscope. Multi-scope. See how inconsistent well, not inconsistent, but I mean, it's a straight line on a curved surface. So it hit most of the stuff that it should have. It didn't go deep enough. It needs to go a little deeper, doesn't it? It does look like it was very close to going deep enough. I'm like a millimeter off. So maybe we run them all again. Just a little deeper this time. All right, deeper pass. Ugh, it's gonna take forever. Actually, these will cut very easily now that they've already got the initial cut done in them. We'll do that, and then I'll let you guys go for the Friday because the sun's going down, and I need to. Sun's going down, big guy. No, I got stuff to do. I gotta watch the dog tonight. I got a barbecue. I got a barbecue. I have to. Let's run these through one more time. But now I'm gonna pull the Y table closer to me. So just barely. That was barely. I just took the knob and I went like that. I'll do it again. I'll do it again, chat. You can't even stop me. There. So that's significantly deeper. Let's just see what's going on here. Lime, thank you for the 1024. Hey, that's very nice of you. It makes something get triggered by that. Something like go off in the shop, but we haven't had time to do projects like that yet. So, all right, let's try again. Reverse. Activate. All right, let it spin down. Check what I did. That looks like it got in. Let me check with a screwdriver over here on the microscope. I feel like shoveling off the snow. Oh, God. It's cooled down around here, but it's still barbecuing weather. That got in. Okay, so there it is. That's our depth. Now, it's not great. It kind of dropped off over here. So you could probably go deeper if we go in from the side. Cuttings will continue until access improves. Exactly. Yeah, okay. I think that depth will do it. That's true. If it's not barbecuing weather, you're not trying hard enough. All right, so we went cannula first. I think cutting from the side is what we should be doing now. Going forward, when we do this again, like in a couple months, I think going in from the side is going to be a much smarter thing to do. Because that material's thinner. I'll just have to figure out how to hold them, like, face down. If you could call that a face. Got to figure out how to cut the back of them because the front is rounded, so it's not something I can really hold on to. I can tell the ones that I've been testing with because they don't touch the cutting surface still. At least they don't kick back. All right, now in the opposite way. Oh wait, there's one left. Hey! 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 Huh, that one doesn't fit. Weird. The ones that are distorted from our testing are the ones that are kicking me the most. Because we put them kind of through the ringer. This is like my summer car chores. My summer insulin pump. They make similar noises to the wood when they fall into the bin. Hey, hey. If I had like one of those like blades, like on a kind of like an auger has, like, you know, something like a, what do you call it? I don't know. I've seen them before, but if I had something where that could like just drop a blade down on this, then that could make it easier to unplastic. But then again, the shape of this thing doesn't really let you do that. These are rounded on most edges, so they don't really hold well. I can't see chat right now. I gotta finish doing this. And I gotta keep my wits about me because I don't want to, even though I'm trying to go fast, I don't want to stop paying attention to what I'm doing because that's when shit happens, you know? Gotta keep your wits. Stay on your toes. Feet on your thinks. When you get complacent around this stuff, that's when accidents happen. I know what I'm doing. I've done it a million times. Ba-bam! No more fingers. No more Amadaman. Thumblamo. Alright. There you go. Slightly deeper cuts. Let's take a look at them. Let's see if we can pop these open easier. Minus equals, yeah. Thank you for the 24 bits. Omnipods are single-use medical equipment. They, there's a bunch of mechanisms inside of them. I can't show you right now because I threw out all the other ones that I had as an example. There are a bunch of mechanisms inside of these things that are one-way streets. They only can happen once. Fuck. God damn it. Maybe that one was an outlier. Yeah, that still didn't get me in. I fucked. Fuck this. This didn't work out. Okay. Well, I thought I'd do better job. I thought this would be a little bit more consistent. There we go. Okay. So yeah, there's a chance that I'll be able to get into these without completely destroying a finger, but well, yeah, I mean, you know, of course they don't want you to take these things apart. Of course they don't want you to take these things apart. But there are methods that they use, for instance, like when you fill this thing up, it pushes the reservoir, the plunger backwards, and the plunger has around it a brass bar that's, right now you're looking at a threaded rod in there. There's actually a brass tube around that threaded rod. When you press this back initially, it goes into this piece right here, which is like a spinning barrel, and there is a spring in it that gets released, and that spring hugs that brass barrel so that you can fill this with less than 200 units of insulin and still have it operate. So once that spring is released, there's no getting it back in. That's only one of many mechanisms in this thing that makes it completely unreusable, but it is fundamentally unreusable. There aren't good ways that you can redo it. It's not just like, you know, your toner cartridge telling you that it can't print because it doesn't have cayenne ink. This is like actually design elements that prevent you from reusing these. Are those plastic dots expanded heat sinks? No, they are they're vias, and they're mostly there in order to make a ground plane with the PCB and to prevent interference from harming the electronics operation. Well, at least the pumps are happy. They got a nice smiley face on the bottom there, but I feel like I need another operation that gets rid of this side. So I think the way to go in the future is going to be either this way or this way and just passing it along horizontally. Because then it won't, I mean, it'll still want to kick backwards. So maybe I need something on this side, but I can't. I can't, unless it's like just a piece of a bracket. That, or, you know, just find a different saw. That might actually be that might actually be the solution here. But all right, well, I had fun today. We made something that made no sense and didn't really work. There it is. Look at that. Makes no sense, didn't really work. We were able to put a little bit of a sort of a side cut into a bunch of the insulin pumps. That should have potentially opened them up. I mean, I was really hoping that I would be able to get 3 cut operations out of that thing so that I could get, you know, basically do 1, 2, 3, but that doesn't look like it's possible with the setup. I have to rethink it. Maybe we can come up with something else in the future. Maybe I can side cut like right here, right above this area so that I can sever the pieces of plastic, or just cut like literally right along this line, and then I can cut deeper. That might be the way to go. Either way, that's all I got in me. Oh, Lime, thank you for the 1024 bits again. That's not cheap. That's $10. That's 20 bucks you've spent. Thank you, Lime. I really do appreciate that. You know, most of that money goes into my pocket, so I'll be able to come up with stupider things. I'm gonna be stupider faster. Yeah, well, okay. But the printer, look, my analogies aren't perfect. Just deal. I'm just making an analogy. It's okay. So yeah, the Omnipod insulin pump is fundamentally not reusable just by virtue of the way the technology works in it, the way that it loads insulin and the way that it delivers insulin, the way that it senses what's going on, and just how all that operation is not undoable. No, it is no, it's not undoable. In fact, the motor is a one-way memory wire tilt. That's it. That's all it does. So there's like a little fork piece where one fork will hold the gear from going backwards and the other one pushes it forwards, and it alternates between the two. It just goes like this in order to advance a spinning piece that allows the plunger to go forward. And that's just through a piece of memory wire heating up and cooling down in different locations. So you can't reuse this pump. It moves in one direction. I mean, maybe there's a special way to get in there and like open up the spring and then spin the brass thing all the way back. It's complicated. But I thought we'd be able to make something out of makerbeam, a little jig that would allow this thing to run through the side cutter, and it would pop open the plastic, and I would very easily be able to get all the circuit boards out of there. Because the one reusable thing that we've got, I just dropped it. Okay, I've got another circuit board here. I can just drop stuff. The one reusable thing we got is the microcontroller on the thing. And it has a very nice microcontroller on it that I would like to transfer to another board. So can't wait to see what can be done with the chip, how hard it can be to reprogram or do anything. Those printer chips, you just buy another one off of eBay. It's just like an I2C EEPROM that just stores how many times it's printed. You can just buy them. You can just buy them off of like Alibaba. I don't know if you guys are talking about something new. I haven't been paying attention. Been worried about my own stuff. Anyway, I gotta run, guys. Ah, that was loud. I gotta run. I don't know what Twitch is. I don't know what it is. I've never heard of it before. I've never seen it. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm just gonna see if hold on. Why is Davies muted? He's doing a mute stream. Booty shows at the bottom of my list. They must have just started. All right, anyway, I don't see anybody like that specifically I'd want to raid, but yeah, if you guys want, check out Davies, but I think he's muted or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, we're gonna go like, I hope she doesn't have a lot of beans left in her right now. That dog could be so full of beans. If we run more, I'm just gonna collapse. Oh, that was 10 minutes ago he's muted. Yeah, check out Davies if you guys get a chance. He's a great streamer. What were you talking about with the oh, what can be done with the chip? Yeah, I want to, sorry, I thought you were talking about printers. I got side conversation by my own chat. I don't know what we can do with the chip. It looks like it's a pretty powerful microcontroller. I want to run Arduino on it. I know that's not practical, but it'll be fun. So if we can get Arduino running with some kind of like a Bluetooth low energy thing, it's going to be so complicated though. Apparently the chip has a lot of the Bluetooth low energy stuff baked into it. So we might be able to just use functions to do registers or something like that. That'll help us do all that Bluetooth low energy stuff. That'd be pretty cool. I would like that very much. That would be a nice thing to have. So yeah, we'll get into it more. I don't think I'm going to revise this thing. I think maybe I'll break it down and we'll try again next time I have 4 months of supplies. So in about 4 months, we'll have another box that we can start messing with. And I'll figure out how to strip these things down to component parts in the meantime. Thinking about those beans. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Anyway, here's the end card. I'm back on Tuesday. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be gaming. I'm going to be busting my knuckles, similar to what we were doing here, only with a car. So, yeah, NXP Q9080. It's in the stream. There's a link in the stream project section of my Discord that I like to keep on topic. No memes. So, I'm fine with conversation and jokes, but the stream project section is specifically so that I can keep track of stuff. Angry Wayne Gretzky and Whisper 44. Ooh, you guys waiting for the very end to get into it? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you guys for the 2 subs. Hey, you guys triggered a hype train out of nowhere. That's awesome. Man, I'm like covered in sweat and plastic now. The little bits of plastic is what I wanted to avoid. That's why I wanted to make, with one of my old soldering iron tips, I wanted to make a scalpel blade that would fit onto my changeable soldering iron. And then I could just go through these things and just very carefully carve. Animal Groin as well was up. 16 months sub. Man, we got a Whisper 44, we got an Angry Wayne Gretzky with a Prime, which Prime does kind of remind you that it's up, but you have to be on Twitch to see it. So thank you guys. Thank you. We had all kinds of fanfare today. Wait, let me roll back through it a little bit. Senior Tote File. Oh no, that was a follow. Sorry. Lime 2186, of course, had 2 1024-bit gifts. Thank you. Octo J was a 62 months. Dulios for 9 months. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for the yays. Pyro gave out 5 subs. Insane. Now that you just, you gotta devalue it like that by doing that. Wazutronic subbed 4096 bits subbed. With progress on his FPGA thing too. And then let's see, 3 days ago. Okay, yeah, so I'm all caught up. There's a bunch of cool stuff. All right, I gotta go. Thank you guys for joining me. I will be on Discord. That's where I hang out. I would be on Twitter, but that place is currently on fire. Who knows what'll happen to Twitter in the near future, but it'll be funny. But I'll be on Discord and we can chat. And if you guys have any good ideas about what I need to do to open these things up. But I think dropping these horizontal next time and cutting along the opening, because there's like a lip that we can take advantage of, so that'll let me plunge into this piece of plastic and it'll be one single cut, and I think the whole thing will just fall apart. So all right, catch you guys later. Have a good one.